The day I turned 18.
I get lost and make that move on.
Hey, Doug, how are you? Oh, great. Good one. It is good. Yes, they are.
But I figured I took the day off anyway.
And I said to Francis,
I'm here anyway, so I figured,
I get
well,
home, just to add to the report on that, and I'll speak to that too.
right, that's what I do. Yeah.
Hey, Matt.
I see you guys, Zach, right?
And a part of this, and then, I want to do this.
Yeah, because I go 15, 216, and then go back to 215. Janice. Because I'm choosing to use other actually, they thought it was. I just talked to them right now. You're not on the.
Nope.
The delegation request isn't even on the agenda or the apparently Jason thought because it's all good, she doesn't need a delegate. They should be able to walk her. I told Jason, I told Stephanie.
Good morning.
All right, everybody, we're going to get started. We do have quorum. And we'll get this meeting to order. Members of the public, we advise that our meetings are webcast live by the City of Hamilton, temporarily archived on our website. Other individuals and media may also be audibly and or visually recording the meeting. As well, a reminder that all electronic devices are to be switched to a non-audible function for these meetings. Madam Clerk, any changes to the agenda?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, there are. Added as item 4.2, Kristen Sprague respecting the McNabb Terminal bathrooms would be for the June 15th GIC. Robert Wood, Pool and Hot Tub Council of Canada, respecting the proposed pool enclosure bylaw. That would also be for the June 15th GIC. Second Lieutenant Richard Mall and Sergeant Brian Buckle, Royal Hamilton Light Infantry, 13th Regiment Akhmar Trust, respecting the proposal for the reuse of Akhmar. That will also be for the June 15th GIC. Susie Braywake, Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee, and Mark Tharm, Muse Marketing Group, respecting item 5.8 on today's agenda, the Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee Report 16004. This is actually a duplicate on your changes to the agenda, and they will be coming up as item 4.1 and 6.2. Glenn Wellings Planning respecting item 8.2, report PED 16116, process respecting the designation and retention of 18 to 22 King Street East Hamilton and the redevelopment of 24 to 28 King Street East Hamilton. That would be for today's GIC. Janice Brown for item 8.3 regarding St. Mark's. That would also be for today's GIC. Discussion items, report CM 16003, the 2016 to 2025 strategic plan components. This report has been moved up on the agenda to item 7.1 as there's a presentation to accompany the report. Item 8.6 and 8.7 have been added. The Community Policing Partnerships Program Agreement with the Ministry of Community and Safety Correctional Services for additional funding for frontline officers. And 8.7 is the funding agreement for Safer Communities for 1,000 Officers Partnership Program. 10.1, notices of motion, Hamilton Police Service 2015 year-end operating surplus. Private and confidential item 12.1, City Clerk's Division review. And lastly, the 12.2, Corporate Services Department Access and Equity Division review, and both 12.1 and 12.2 are pursuant to Section 8.1, subsection B of the City's Procedural Bylaw 14300 and Section 239.2, subsection B of the Ontario Municipal Act as amended, as the subject matter pertains to personal matters about identifiable individuals, including city employees.
All right, so let's get going on this camp day across North America. I have on those amendments, Councillor Green, Whitehead, and Pearson. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I may have missed it or not understood quite why, but I see item 4.1 in our original GIC agenda had the BIA delegation coming first, and now they've been bumped to 4.5. I'm wondering if we could have them back to 4.1.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, it was announced while I was doing the changes to the agenda that was a duplicate, so 4.5 is a duplicate and has been removed. They are on as 4.1.
Thank you very much. Of course, ahead of the game, it was a test.
Nice catch. Nice test.
Madam Clerk, you passed.
Councillor Whitehead.
Thank you. Could I ask, through the clerk and probably through staff, it's my understanding that Ackmar and St. Mark's were part of a companion piece in respect to a consultant that was doing a report that's before us here today. I find it a bit awkward that the Ackmar report isn't here before us today. So I need to ask the question through clerks to staff, why is it, what more work is being done on the Ackmar report that justifies bumping it or not having it before us here today?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that would have to be a question for Jason Thorne.
Jake?
Yes, through the chair. So there was more consultation that was being done on the Ackmar reports, which is why the report is going to be is scheduled for the next cycle. The only piece that's common to both reports was a sort of small piece that we did to see what would be the fundraising potential for both projects, because that had come up in some of the community dialogues and community discussions saying, well, could we go into the community and fundraise for both of the projects? I can tell you the conclusions of that are the same for both projects, that there was not a lot of fundraising capacity to deal with some of the capital improvements. So that's really the only common element between the two reports in terms of the consulting work that was done.
Okay, so Madam Chair, I've been waiting and the Ackmar has been delayed. Primarily all the other consultations, I've been informed, and I think I'm closer to this file than most, were done. I was told that we were waiting, what the delay was for the Ackmar to be before us was this consultant report. The consultant report was looking both at St. Mark's and Ackmar. That report is completed. It is before us here today with as a companion piece to St. Mark's. So I'm going to ask this question one more time. Who are we consulting with in the next 2 weeks that has delayed the report being here today?
So through the chair, no one further in terms of Ackmar or St. Mark's, but just the timing for the reports is the Ackmar one is a little bit behind the St. Mark's report. So both are the Ackmar report is going through final approvals right now, and will be ready for the next cycle. There's not further consultation work to be done. It's just a question of getting the final approvals done for the report.
Okay, so help me understand. We've had several months The only thing we were waiting for, as I understood it, was this, because I've been trying to push this report to come sooner, and I've been told by staff that we had to wait for this consultant to do their due diligence. All the other work had been done. The report is here, and yet the OCMAR is not. So help me understand more specifically what more needed to be signed off on in the OCMAR report.
So through the chair, the two projects really are on separate paths and trajectories. So like I said, the only common piece was the fundraising potential piece that was done. So that piece is complete. OCMAR has been going through a process of over the past several months of around community consultation and community engagement in terms of potential uses, and then looking at the potential capital and operating plan. That's separate work than the work that was being done for St. Mark. So yes, both have been moving along generally at the same time, but just in terms of our report timing, you have them before you with St. Mark's. It is ready to go now. The OCMAR report is almost finalized, and you'll be seeing that in a couple of weeks.
So I got to try this one at a time. I'll try a different way. I was told the only reason for the delay for OCMAR to come back to this council and committee, no other reason, and I understand the explanation and I respect that, and you're right. All that work was done. The only thing that was in the way of that report coming back sooner was the waiting for the consultant report that's now before us. So I guess I'm a bit confused. If I've been told that all the work has been done and the delay is because of the consultant report, then how do I find myself in a position that there's still work to be done when that's not what I was informed of?
So through the chair, so there's not any further consulting work or engagement or consultation work to be done on either project. The OCMAR report has been written. And the recommendations are on my desk right now for final sign-off to come forward to the next GIC. The fundraising piece was the one consulting piece that was common to both. The other components around the ops plan and the capital plan, community engagement work, those have been separate projects with respect to all of those pieces. So the St. Mark's is ready a couple of weeks ahead of the OCMAR report.
Okay, it's not my understanding, but I respect the answer. Where's OCMAR and St. Mark's located?
Through the chair, St. Mark's is next to City Hall. OCMAR is up at West 5th and Fennel.
Thank you. I just want to provide that clarity. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. May I please have a motion to approve the agenda as amended? Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Connolly. All in favor? That is carried. Any declarations of interest? Seeing no declarations of interest. Approval of the minutes of the previous meeting. A motion, please, to approve April 20th, 2016 as presented. Moved by Connolly, seconded by Councillor Doniskelly. All in favor? That is carried. Any opposed? None. What is committee's wish respecting 4.1? Susie? Okay. Councillor Green is in favor, and he has a seconder in Councillor Aidan Johnson. All in favor? Any opposed? None. And committee's wish on 4.2. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Any opposed? None. It's carried. 4.3. What is committee's wish? All in favor? Moved by Collins, seconded by Marula. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none, that carries. What is committee's wish on 4.4? That's moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Collins. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And as noted in the changes to the agenda, this item 4.1, no action is required as it was a duplicate. So thank you very much to our clerk, Stephanie, for catching that. And the committee's wish now respecting item 4.6, moved by Councillor Collins, seconded by Councillor Green. All in favor? Any opposed? It carries. And finally, now members of committee, we have consent items 5.1 to 5.8. I'm looking for a mover and a seconder for 5.1, 5.2, 5.4, and 5.5. 5.1, 5.2, 5. Steph.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I'm sorry, I believe I wrote in there to add Janice Brown as well as 4.7.
Yeah, you did. I didn't
Thank
catch
you.
that. So can I get a mover and a seconder to have a delegate from our former president of the DNA, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. Thank you, and thank you to the other members of the DNA who have joined us here today. Now, for 5-1, 5-2, 5-4, and 5-5, a mover in Councillor Aidan Johnson and a seconder in Councillor Green. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And now a motion to receive items 5-3, 5-6, and 5-7. Moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Aidan Johnson. All in favor? Any opposed? It carries. And now a motion to defer the consideration of 5-8 until after item 6-2, the delegation that is in attendance to speak to the matter. Moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Any opposed? That also carries. Okay. We're on our way. Public hearings, delegations. Let's call David Carter, Executive Director of the Innovation Factory, up to provide a presentation for item 6.1.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much for your time. My name is David Carter. I'm the Executive Director of the Innovation Factory. I've had the pleasure of meeting some of you face-to-face and others not. So first of all, I want to invite you to come out and see us anytime. I'd be happy to show you around. So I wanted to do a brief run through of what the Innovation Factory is. I think people think they understand it, but just to give you the entire picture. First of all, we're a regional innovation centre. We're 80% funded by the Ontario Network of Entrepreneurs, which is a provincial funding body. But there are regional innovation centres all over Ontario. Of course, the ones you've heard of the most would be Mars in Toronto, Communitech in Waterloo. They're quite big by comparison. I would put us in this sort of second tier of innovation centres. We also get funding by private industry here in town, so our second largest funder would be City of Hamilton, which funds about 5% of our operating costs, Meridian, KPMG, and McMaster Innovation Park. Here's what our role is. You know, the role of the Innovation Factory is really to be a catalyst for innovation in Hamilton. And so what that means is, you know, our broad vision is let's drive the success of Hamilton companies, in Hamilton to create an environment of innovation. And this is where we would be different from, say, the Small Business Enterprise Centre, which are a partner we work with who are also provincially funded, where we're trying to work with companies that are advancing technology, they're creating some IP, and they're really highly scalable companies because of the technology. So we do this by working one-to-one with those companies. So we actually work face-to-face with a lot of companies, hopefully companies in each and every one of your areas. We also do a number of partnerships. So if you look at the people that fund us, the KPMGs of the world, the Meridians, they're active partners. They're just not financial contributors. So we work with connecting those new startup companies with those partners for support. And then the third thing would be building community. So we have to have these events where we get these people to commingle, because the biggest success we can have is connecting people, and I'll talk more about that. So if we were to achieve our vision, you know, we would be an environment and a culture that draws people outside of Hamilton. We're not just looking to lift up what we've got. We really want to draw people outside of Hamilton as a place to live, learn, and start businesses. And then ideally, and we have a ways to go, we want the outside world to look at Hamilton the way, to be frank, they look at Waterloo as a place for investors to keep track of. And so, if we were to achieve our vision, that's where we would be in the very near future. If I'm asked to net it out, I sort of say the reason we have a regional innovation center here in Hamilton is to make sure that Hamilton companies get their fair share of funding. If we don't stand up and ask, provincial money is going to go to this two gravity points of Waterloo and Toronto. If a tech company doesn't say, what funds are available from the province or from the feds, and we're not there to support them, then another company is going to get it in Toronto or Waterloo or other regions. And then the other thing we want to do is, we've had a lot of some of our greatest technologists and people with IP that have migrated out to Waterloo or Toronto. Now that we're starting to show an incredible quality of life in Hamilton and people are starting to look at Hamilton as a city, as a culture, we want to draw those people back. And so I would say at least weekly I see a company who has been created in Waterloo that's saying, well, I wouldn't mind actually relocating back home because I'm a Mac grad, or I wouldn't mind, because I lived here originally. And I think we're starting to see that, and we want to make sure we facilitate that. So when we meet a client, and I would encourage you, any business startups that you have that are not a Main Street business, so Main Street businesses, I want to open a dry cleaner or a store, but someone wants to create something, send them to meet us, and the process is this. We meet each and every one of them to assess their potential, to find out what stage they're at, and essentially to write a prescription. So let's say you're a brand new entrepreneur and you really have no idea, but you have, a spark in your head. The prescription is going to be come back to one of our one-to-many sessions where we can work with you in a cost-effective way. We're going to help you work out a business plan. We're going to introduce you to people. Maybe we're going to help you create a partnership because you can't do this solopreneur thing. Or you're a scientist from McMaster University and you've already got some IP and some great discovery. We might need to go off and help you find funding. So that prescription could take just so many forms. It might be introductions, it might be referrals to a KPMG or a Meridian or any of our other partners. It might just be, hey, come to our lunch and learns, you've got a long way to go. On the really high end of the scale, we would actually assign you an executive in residence who would be your coach. And that is essentially a consultant on our dime. We get a separate provincial fund to provide some of those hours. And a good example of someone that received early executive in residence support would be Mabel's Labels here in town. If you went back 6 years ago, one of our top executives in residence worked with them. Later, as they became a self-sustaining company, they actually hired that individual to be a consultant and mentor, and that consultant actually just led them to a $12 million acquisition. So, well, I don't want our group to take credit for the hard work of these entrepreneurs, but I would say we're vital in a lot of those companies to help them getting where they are today. If I was to look at the numbers, and this is an infographic we publish, we can sort of claim success a number of ways. Just hours we spend with clients. We spent over 12,000 hours with clients. If you were to look at the breakdown of the companies we work with, we want to claim advanced manufacturing, but ICT is always a top because every innovation has a layer of ICT to it. So, we look at IBM coming to town with Hamilton Health Sciences. The reason we're partnering with a giant ICT company is because those advancements come in big data mining, the transmission of Internet of Things data. So there's always an ICT layer that'll always be our biggest, which is also why we don't want to sort of just give that up to Waterloo and Toronto. But life sciences, advanced manufacturing, ICT are really the bulk of the business that comes through. This particular chart I'm extremely proud of because the last time I came to talk to you, I would have said we've probably pulled about $7 million in funding. So 2 years ago, I would have said we've probably attracted $7 million in funding, which is nice, but that could be blown away by one single deal with one single large software company. But if we look at just what's happened in the last year with Mabel's being acquired for $12 million, there's a big Mohawk HHS project that we pulled together which attracted $12 million. I think it's actually up to $14 million now for post-surgical trials of cardiac surgery, so it's way out there in the health sciences side. We attracted $2 million in foreign investment for one of our researchers from St. Joseph's Hospitals, and that's money I know we had an actual individual involved in raising. So when we see the acceleration of that money to go from, the first 4 years up to 7 or 8 million, and the last 2 years bumping that up to 50, that's a good sign, I think, and that's something, that's a reason we don't really want to let up on the gas. So we've met with about 1,200 people since we've opened our doors. We're active with about 250 every year. Surprisingly, I mapped our clients yesterday to see where they were. We have a lot in Hamilton because that's our mandate, but we're getting a lot of people from out of town that come to the Hamilton, our Hamilton Regional Innovation Center, Innovation Factory, for support. And why would they do that when there's a giant one in downtown Toronto, there's one in Mississauga, there's one in Halton and Guelph? Well, they do that because probably they were working with someone who was already a client of ours and saw some success. They want to be part of that ecosystem. Or they do that because maybe they're a McMaster graduate or they're from Hamilton. So, they come back because of the reputation that Hamilton's creating. And that's a good thing, right? We don't want to create this insular culture of, I'm from Hamilton, let's do it in Hamilton, let's grow our business in Hamilton. We've got to bring a lot of outside companies to relocate here. So that's good because obviously we want them to relocate, and even a bunch of them right now have an Oakville client that's using 2 Hamilton service providers. So, aside from this one-on-one counseling that we do with these clients, the biggest impact we can have is actually making connections. We do that through events, through mentorship, through, introductions. But I would say each and every one of you could have a part in that. If you've got a client, if you've got a constituent that needs the support, send them to us. If you've got an advanced business that can offer support, send them to us, because I think our primary role is making sure that we connect those and track that we had some success. A good example of those connections, McMaster and Innovation Factory created the Forge with some provincial fundings, which is an actual incubator space. So we've got around 12 or 13 companies up there that are pre-revenue companies, but now they sit under our roof. They just don't come back for advice every couple of weeks. They're literally at McMaster Innovation Park and another location at James North. And then on a larger scale, the Synapse Life Science Consortium, which is really a consortium, I'll just flip through that, of all the big stakeholders in the life sciences space here in Hamilton. So we bring them to the table once a quarter. This came out of the Chamber's report, Chamber of Commerce report that they released, I think, 3 years ago. And really what we're trying to do is provide this coordinated approach. So when you see Hamilton, you see life sciences. You don't have a relationship with Bay Area Health Trust. You have a relationship with Hamilton, and we can connect you with all those people. We had a really great success because we got the consortium together, and when the feds were putting together this Invest in Canada piece, and they were going to all our constituents for separate advertising, we coordinated an effort. And if you go through this book, there'll be a page on Richmond Hill and a page on Markham. And in the middle, there's 14 pages on Hamilton. So it's a full-out insert, and it's a story. It's not just now 14 different ads. It's a story about how the Hamilton ecosystem is a life science ecosystem. And that's what we want the outside world to see, right? I come to Hamilton, I can be serviced by a whole bunch of different companies. It's not just pick your favorite company. And then, of course, our big event that we do is when we celebrate some of our startups that apply in our business plan competition called Lions Lair. It's sold out every year. We have 550 people that attend that event. That's a pretty big deal for a city our size. For example, Halton just had theirs. They had 150 people, and it was free. We charge people $100 a plate, and we get 550, and our winners have gone on to do other things and be successful companies. So that's a quick view of us. I'd like to open it up to any questions, if I might.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Great presentation. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and David, certainly appreciate the presentation today, giving a quick snapshot of the work that you do. In your overview, David, you identified 45% by the numbers of your clients are ICT digital. Recently came across a presentation on ultra-fast gigabyte service. Currently, I think we have 100 megabyte service, and it talks about by 2018, perhaps we might be digitally poor in terms of our infrastructure. What type of impact would investing in ultra-fast, high-speed gigabyte service, what kind of impact would that have on Innovation Factory in terms of being able to compete with towns like
Stratford?
Toronto, Stratford, Scugog, the list is fairly long here.
Well, we saw it already with the ICF nominations where we made the top 21, we didn't make the top 7. I think it's an asset, right? So if our asset in the past was something like a port that ships could get in and out of, if now we have this asset of fast connectivity, which is, a road for content, that makes us more attractive. I think we're going to see very quick demands on that with people like IBM and HHS doing really what is the equivalent of big data on health informatics. They're going to start to see those roadblocks, and then we're going to start to notice it. We just have to be prepared to fix those quickly and ideally get in front of it and attract more companies. We're also seeing in manufacturing, this isn't about a robot just doing something. This is about sensors reading the temperature, every microsecond. So we're just creating huge amounts of data, and that data doesn't get processed locally. We send it to a server in Toronto or something. And again, we're going to notice those speeds really quickly, and those businesses in manufacturing, life science, and pure ICT are going to hit their head very, very fast.
It occurred to me, obviously, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, lots of conversation around our infrastructure as it relates to transit. And given the fact that we go down that road, that might be a huge opportunity to put ultra-fast, high-speed gigabyte service right down the King Street corridor. What impact do you think that might have on the potential attraction of businesses along that corridor? If we were to put the high speed right down King Street there? Well,
it's high speed and it's cost of high speed too, right? I mean, all of this is accessible if you throw enough money at it. I work in the startup space, so a lot of companies that are trying to get a foothold. I think the more we can make that available, the more we can make that a reasonable price, the more these companies are going to want to put their foothold here in Hamilton. So I think it'd have tremendous impact. And of course, the businesses that are being formed are things that are moving, high packets of video data It's not the old days, right? And of course, everything's in the cloud. I mean, what presentation doesn't have the word cloud in it? I regret I didn't have it.
And I do think it is worth listing kind of our competitors that are regional here: Woodbridge, Vaughan, Richmond Hill, Markham, Pickering, Whitby, Ajax, Brampton, Kingston, Kitchener-Waterloo, Milton, Peterborough. They have high-speed gigabyte service of internet, Mr. Deputy Mayor, in Peterborough, and we're at 100 megabytes. So that does tell us that we are losing every year behind until we finally make the investment in the upgrade in that type of digital infrastructure. So certainly appreciate you coming here today through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and appreciate the work that you did on the intelligent communities. And I'm planning to go down to Ohio to check that out and see how that goes. So thank you for your presentation, and look forward to seeing more to come.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Scully.
Thank you. Through the chair, thank you, David, for your presentation. Number of questions, beginning with, what does ICT stand for?
Internet communications technology, or computer stuff.
We have a lot of acronyms here. And
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So is the Innovation Factory an extension of a government agency? Are you independent?
No, we're independent, not-for-profit. We're funded 80% by the province. So by that, we're everything's declared publicly. We're fairly open in terms of our financials. I'm happy to provide. Norm Everson's on our board, so gets access to our audited financials.
Through the chair, is it all government funding or any private funding?
No, private funding as well. So we're required actually by our provincial mandate to fundraise 20% of our money through other means than the province. One, of course, being the city.
Through the chair, where are you located?
We're located at McMaster Innovation Park.
Okay. And through the chair, what is the breakdown? And it sounds as if it's quite extensive in terms of the disciplines that you work with, but in terms of the experience, do you work with young people who are wanting to open a business, or is it more of an experienced, established group that you would work with?
It's really everybody. And, one of the reasons why I think we need a publicly funded version is we really can't turn anybody away. We want to at least do that assessment and find out what we have. So I'll give an example without sharing some confidential information. Yesterday I met with a 55-year-old company from Stony Creek that's in the product distribution, let's say. And they need to do a turnaround, and that turnaround is going to come through technology. So in the past, companies like that wouldn't have known about us. Through another government agency, they said you should talk to this person and this agency, and we got talking about how they're managing their sales force and where they're losing a great deal of their money by just being reactive to sales. And so our outcome on that was we said, we're going to send in one of our executives in residence who specifically is a Salesforce automation specialist, and he's going to give you some free consulting time just so you understand how big the problem is and you don't feel the pressure of, every consultant wants to sell you their consulting services, and he can help you do that assessment. And even more, maybe there's some other government funds you could apply for, whether that's IRAP, which is an Industrial Research Assistance Program. You need someone on the other side that knows the cost and difficulty to help you write that plan. That's on the full extreme. It's not a technology company. It's in the produce business. And then on the one side, we have a student entrepreneur 3 years ago who had an idea for a color sensor on your phone to sense the color. And of course, you can't do that with a phone. It's a bit, your camera's not that good. But it's turned that into a company called Nick's Color Sensor, who just closed a giant deal with PPG Paints. So we have everything from young entrepreneur with an idea to established business that really needs to pivot and understand how technology can give them an edge. And then in between, scientists and people like that.
Through the chair, do you work with economic development?
Absolutely, yeah.
Through the chair, one of my concerns is it's wonderful to create jobs in the city and to build residential facilities, but there's another thing to attract good, high-paying jobs with benefits and pensions and an ability to pay the bills and raise a family. What do we do as councillors when I have young people, for example, who come to me and say, we have ideas, are you a place of first stop for someone who wants to perhaps look at exploring an idea or growing a business? Is it something that you could sit down and offer a free service and counseling?
Yeah, absolutely. And we'll give time as sort of proportional to the results. So someone with just an idea probably has a lot of homework to do. And in a lot of cases, we'll say, all right, here's how you would go about formulating whether or not this is a good business plan, not just a good idea that your friend said was a good idea. So we work with everything from youth entrepreneurs with an idea right up to existing businesses. The Forge, which is our accelerator space, was funded through another fund called Campus Linked Accelerators to do that with students. So McMaster and Mohawk students who are about to go out and either look for their first job or start a company need a place to incubate that. Of course, they've got, zero funds available. So by putting them in a room together, there's a bit of competition that happens. You see how good that person's idea and how hard they're working. But there's a bit of cooperation where you say, your idea is like my idea, we should join. So we want that entire ecosystem because, we don't want to lose those students and people to other regions, and we have in the past. If they're going to build a company, we want to make sure it's a strong company, so if there's an acquisition, so let's say Mabel's Labels, they've got enough say to demand of that company, well, we're running it just fine here in Hamilton, don't just go in, buy the assets and swoop it out. So, the stronger we sort of build that ecosystem, the more likely is that at the end there's going to be a Hamilton company and not just something that was born in Hamilton but ends up in Silicon Valley.
Through the chair, you mentioned Mabel's Labels quite a bit. How extensively involved were you with that company, which of course we all know was a group of very successful female
we were really
entrepreneurs?
involved. It's funny, my board asked the same question because I reported back, the Mabel's got acquired, and one of my board said, well, so what did you guys do in that? And actually, when we started the Innovation Factory, Mabel's Labels actually came in and we connected them with an executive in residence named Pete Smith. Pete Smith became actually a consultant that worked with them on a regular basis. There was a point we said to Mabel's, you pay him, not us, because you're making money. And Pete Smith was instrumental in that, actually, in making that deal happen. So I would say, I don't want to take credit for, for entrepreneurs' really hard work, but I would say from the very beginning we helped make them strong so that this was an acquirable company, not just a product success. Personally, I was involved in the company before I took my role at Innovation Factory, and when I exited my last company, I was actually hired to help them rethink their online automation strategy. Because in order to make these really big acquirable companies, you have to have the internal infrastructure to scale this. So overnight, if you all of a sudden went to 1 million customers from 5 million, or from 500,000, can you handle it? So I would say that's a good example. Now the funny thing is, Julie Ellis, who's one of the founders of Mabel's Labels, is actually chair of our board at Innovation Factory, and is really helping us continue to solve that problem of not just, how do we continue to help entrepreneurs along the way, but how do we even inspire more female entrepreneurship?
Thank you. Through the chair, and again, this may be completely out of your realm, but would you work with people who are, for example, restaurant owners who want to look at accessing certain goods or going online? Or when I hear innovation, is it simply a technology-based service, or do you work with current business owners that are looking to strengthen or open or expand a business?
Yeah, that's where we've got the relationship with SBEC, or the Small Business Enterprise Center, is important. So if it's a Main Street business and you said, I want to open a dry cleaner up, we would send you to SBEC. If you said, I want to open a dry cleaner up, but I really want to change the way we distribute that product online. Think Uber, you want to form a taxi company, talk to SBEC. You want to create an Uber, well, there's probably some gray area and we can work together. And there is a lot of those examples, restaurant owners that say, well, I want to change how I advertise or acquire customers. I want to have a membership model or something interesting. So we tend to not turn anybody away and say, time out, you're not within our mandate. We'd really rather hear them out and maybe even have some collaborative discussion on how could you disrupt, and that's a term we'll use a lot, how could you disrupt an existing industry?
Thank you. Final question. How do we access? How would somebody who is unfamiliar with the Innovation Factory, what do they do? Who do they go to? Just pick up the phone and call?
Obviously, start with our website. If they want to become a client, there's a link that says become a client, and they fill out a basic intake form, and we meet is the first thing. We started, by having this extensive intake form, but you miss a lot of the nuances. If you're a little skittish, you're not ready to commit, come to our events. Just sort of network and see people like you that might be there. And again, you're a 50-year-old produce distribution company, and you think, I don't want to be around a lot of young computer people, but you go and you realize there's companies like Steep Tea who are in an interesting transitional place, or Mabel's Labels. That's not just a whole bunch of computer nerds, although we have a lot of computer nerds.
Thank you. Mayor Fred.
Thank thank you, David, for all of your great work. You know, the Innovation Factor, if you haven't been, I don't know what's wrong with this microphone. If you haven't been, it's well worth a visit. It's an inspiring space. We had the premier there a month ago, as I recall.
Yeah,
Dave.
absolutely.
Just checking out the One Network, in fact, and this is part of that. And it's absolutely a necessity for any municipality these days to have incubator space in this kind of business entrepreneurial world. And many kids coming out of university are looking for their own career path as opposed to waiting for someone to offer them a job. They're looking for opportunities. So the Forge is, and everything that you do there is fantastic. I want to follow up on the high-speed broadband issue. So, based on your knowledge, and we have HCE Telecom working on our behalf, actually, in Hamilton Utilities Corporation, owned by the City of Hamilton, that are working hard to expand. But it is, as I understand it, Dave, kind of largely private sector investment that will increase the capacity, not necessarily as they're doing in Toronto. I think Rogers is spending $1 billion to get Toronto up to high-speed internet access, and they're not yet prepared to make those kinds of investments in smaller communities, throughout the province. So, just your understanding of how that actually happens.
I think largely it gets driven by private industry, right? So, and again, being the kind of community that we are, we don't have the giant IBM. We're going to have some IBM presence saying we can't do work here because the infrastructure doesn't exist. So I think really the question becomes, what are we going to lead with? Are we going to lead with putting it there and trying to attract the companies? Where in Toronto, you know that those companies are standing up and screaming, we need this because we're already there. I mean, just look at the core of down by Front Street. So I think that's just really the question at hand is, do we do it as a business attraction, or do we wait and have it, have that come up from our companies? To be frank, it's an annoyance for me, but I'm not in the video or computer animation. If you take someone, if you ask Clear Cable and Net Access or Pipeline Studios, they would probably have a very pragmatic view of whether or not it inhibits them actually being in Hamilton or if it's an annoyance. And, we want to fix a lot of things. We fix the things that are annoying and we fix the things that are real business inhibitors. And unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that. I think you need to talk to those constituents. And I think what we're doing with the task force with the connected communities is actually going to draw a lot of people out. And it's not that you want to stir up and find problems that don't exist, but we'd really rather know versus just find somebody leaving.
No, it's a real issue. It's a real need for sure. I'm putting my cards with HCE Telecom, and I think they're well positioned to, on a business basis, actually expand the network and obviously benefit the community, benefit business, but also do it as a business that justifies the expenditures, so that we're not just throwing money at something that may or may not have kind of longer-term benefit. I know that it will have, but it may not be as big a barrier as it is today, but in the future, it's going to be a huge issue if we don't address it. So thanks for all your great work. Innovation Factory, the Forge, great place to visit. I encourage everyone to go down and have a look, and if you haven't been, and certainly great things are coming out of that, and including mobile oil changes, which I thought was fascinating. I don't know how he's making out, but call them up and they'll come to your house and they'll do an oil change and lube and all that sort of stuff for you. So which is a...
Well, to the other councillor's question about Main Street business, so that the reference they're making is to a company called Go, which, you pick up your mobile phone and you book and someone comes and changes your oil. They didn't reinvent changing the oil. They just disrupted how it gets done. And those companies used to get discounted, and now people are saying things like, I'm the Uber of this business, or I'm the Airbnb of this business. So, we can't discount any of our existing businesses possibly delivering their products in a more innovative way. Now, the thing that Hamilton brings to the market, though, is we've got a really accepting community. We have people in Hamilton say, do it because it'll be good for Hamilton, and they get behind these companies, which you don't get in, not to slag other people, but no one in Toronto is saying do it because it's good for Toronto. They're saying do it because I want to be a gajillionaire.
Encouraging stuff, for sure. So enjoy visiting, and folks should go out and visit and keep up the good work, Dave.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Dave. Appreciate your passion in coming in here on an annual basis, and all good things in the future for IF. Move to receive the delegation, moved by Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Connolly. All in favor, none opposed. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Good luck in the future. Questions for staff? Councillor Jackson.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and appreciate David's presentation here today. As I'm just preparing our Director of Economic Development, Neil Everson, just for a comment on what we heard, and just always want to be mindful of the fact that City of Hamilton taxpayers often fund partnerships, and I just never want partners to take the City of Hamilton taxpayers for granted. Of course, with the $5 million original seed money to help get Innovation Park started about a dozen or so years ago, and $20 million across the road for the health campus, and still looking forward to the prominent logo that I'm sure will be forthcoming to recognize the City of Hamilton taxpayers' contribution across the road, and hopefully it already is there at Innovation Park. So, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Director Neil Everson. Neil, for a comment, please, on your recommendation 8.1. And I ask that also because we've had other partnerships like Jobs Prosperity Collaboratives that have gone slowly setting their sail into the sunset over the years, and just wanting to make sure that this is still providing the outcomes that we're looking for. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Neil, please.
You, Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, this is definitely providing the outcomes and a lot more for our $50,000 contribution. Councillor Jackson, there's also all the city's logo is all over the literature that comes from the Innovation Factory. Practically at every event we are mentioned. As a board member, I'm quite aware of that and active.
Appreciate that very much. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thank you, Neil.
Councillor Skelly.
Thank you through the chair. Neil, I have a question for you as well. And we talk a lot about development, and as I mentioned just a minute ago, one of my major concerns is that we start creating jobs that are sustainable and jobs that help families, live well, buy homes, afford vacations, prepare for retirement. So good paying jobs. But we also talk an awful lot about building condominiums and all of the development, the residential development. What is the percentage of our tax base in terms of residential contribution versus industrial or commercial contribution, and how does that compare to other communities?
Well, I don't know if this is IF direct. It's kind of a general question. Neil, you can try to tackle it, and I think Chris Murray, our city manager, would also like to respond.
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, certainly our council has made it quite clear to us that non-residential assessment growth is the priority, and that's where we put our efforts. This is no exception. What Innovation Factory does is provide the infrastructure for expanding that non-residential base for us.
City Manager Murray.
So through you, Chair, if I could, 88% of our tax base is residential, 12% is non-res. The average, I think, in the province of Ontario for municipalities 100,000 or more is about 83%. Strangely enough, Oakville, in fact, has percentage-wise less residential reliance than we do. To give you a sense of moving it from 88 to 87 would be 3 ArcelorMittals. That's what you'd have to add in a year. I thought the comment from the presentation was interesting about these mobile commercial services. My question, well, I don't have a question. I can only give you my thoughts. But what struck me interesting is something that I know Mike and I talk about all the time, and that's the evolution of our commercial base. Because, again, we rely on property tax largely. So I'm not saying it's a bad idea for there to be more jobs in the community, but the more that we shift away from land-based taxation systems, who's capturing the tax? If it's sales tax, it's not us. My fan. I have one. But you know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I do have a little bit of concern about just where the economy is going and how do we continue to, pay for everything we're expected to pay for.
Which is interesting. Are you suggesting then that it's wonderful to have all of these online-based, perhaps, businesses which clearly can create good-paying jobs, but they're not contributing to our non-residential tax base. Is that fair to say?
Through the chair, unless we capture it through some licensing or other means, I mean, this is the conversation that we're having. Sometimes we refer to it as the click economy as well, where things are all done over the internet, and how does municipalities, participate in that aspect of the economy? In terms of the overall taxes that are paid in this country, and I know Councillor Marula reminds us regularly, a very small percentage of that is coming to municipalities. We only have a certain limited number of tools in which to generate revenue to pay for everything. So, it's certainly a concern. I think Mike could probably expand even more so on just where the commercial side is going and some of his concerns about it. But, we want jobs. We want good paying full-time jobs, as you make a very important point about, precarious employment being contract-based jobs that have no benefits and very little pension. Again, that's a challenge that the younger generation are facing right now. It's getting more complicated. Things seem to be going in a direction where we're happy to have the jobs, but from a sustainability standpoint, it does raise lots of concerns for us.
Mike? Through the chair, I would add to Chris's, and I appreciate Chris's comments in terms of the risks as it relates to the click economy. That is something that treasurers across the province, municipal treasurers, are very conscious of, is the risks around the click economy as well as the shared economy. And given that municipalities are dependent on property taxes, when that storefront is no longer required and individuals are able to pursue retail consumption through the internet or through electronic consumption, is again, that void of a storefront affects municipalities in terms of property taxes as well as in terms of jobs. And so when we see the province's forecasts as it relates to places to grow, as it relates to jobs per hectare, a number of municipalities inside the GTA and outside the GTA just aren't realizing those ratios in terms of the jobs per hectare. And part of our question is, what impact is this evolution in terms of technology having on our revenue base, and that is property taxes. And so again, it's a bit of an unknown. We're trying to get a better understanding as it relates to the shared economy and the fact that that shared economy is expected to grow exponentially over the next number of years, decades. But coming back to the click economy, and just in terms of current risks, if I simply look at our assessment appeals, a majority of our assessment appeals really lie with our retail partners. It's the Shopper Drug Marts, it's the Walmarts, it's the Canadian Tires. They are appealing their property assessments, and they are challenged in terms of their profit margins because of the evolution of retail. And so again, it represents a risk to us. It's something that all treasurers are mindful of and trying to understand, and it's something that we're working with ministry staff as well to get a better understanding of.
Through the chair, and Jason, if I'm asking the question at the wrong time or to the wrong person, please let me know. But is there something that, and when I hear this percentage, such a high percentage of residential tax base, it frightens me, especially when you think Oakville is so much higher in terms of their industrial commercial tax base or non-residential, and ours is so much lower, and what it would take to even move 2 or 3%. What do we as a council, what do we as a city have to do? Is there something that that you think that we should be doing almost immediately to solidify that industrial partner, or to attract more commercial taxpayers?
Mr. Everson.
Deputy Mayor, certainly one of our initiatives is non-residential assessment growth, and to do that, we need shovel-ready land, and we need a place to be able to put this type of development. That's probably the key priority right now for us.
Further? So through the chair, I suspect a number of us are going to jump in on this response. I think there are some things that the city are doing that help facilitate our non-res. We have favorable financial terms as it relates to development charges. We subsidize the cost of development for industrial as a way to incent industrial development as well as small commercial. We provide deferral agreements. It's just a cash flow mechanism to help developers during the construction phase. In terms of, in fact, we just had our meeting, staff met with Standard & Poor's on Friday, a credit rating agency, and we had this conversation around the need to retain the millennials as they come out of post-secondary education. We need to create opportunities to retain that youth to help in terms of replacing the baby boomers who are going to be exiting the local labor force. So recognizing there is going to be an exodus we need to attract and retain those youth who are coming out of McMaster, Redeemer, and Mohawk as a way of improving on our economic competitiveness and just our position in terms of economy. So again, there are some financial mechanisms that the city is employing to help in terms of inciting non-residential development.
Right, and through the chair, and I won't repeat everything that's been said, just to let the councillor know and council know that we are, you're going to have before you in the fall an updated economic development strategy, and the conversations we're having at the staff level right now is some specific recommendations to put in front of council at that time around some very specific actions that can be done. So we're looking at, Neil and his team have already completed surveys of some businesses to ask them what they're looking for, what they need to expand in place. They've been looking at some of the recent businesses that have located here to understand what they're looking for in terms of site selection and what we can do to attract them here. I would anticipate that what we'll have in front of you in fall is a series of options, recommendations related to everything from shovel-ready land to servicing of some of the existing land that we have. We have the Mayor's Task Force on Workforce Development, which has come up many times in our dealings with some of the employers about that being critical to their growth. Looking at some of the costs of doing business around property tax and DCs and how competitive we are with other municipalities. These are all the kinds of items that we're going through fairly methodically right now in consultation with the very industries that we want to sort of attract and retain. And that will be part of the economic development strategy that will come forward for your consideration in the fall.
Thank you. Councillor Whitehead.
Chair, good questions and good dialogue that just took place, and I appreciate the questions asked by my colleague and the responses coming from our staff. A couple of questions on the report. Help me understand the partnership. They come annually every year for $50,000 through this fund. How do we compare on innovation or not the word innovation, what's the word, incubators, best practices, and what is transpiring in the relationships with other communities and their funding?
I'd like to respond to that. Neil?
Through you, Mr. Deputy, besides the Innovation Factory, we also have our own incubator up at Clapson Corners, as you're aware. We have really occupancy in that factory is just part of the package that we can offer. Fortunate to have both an incubator and
I'm not disputing. In fact, I'm celebrating it. But again, I know that can be frugal, but not when it comes to investing in the future of opportunity. And I see these incubators as an opportunity to continue evolving it. I don't know if the focus is necessarily right, understanding where technology, markets, and future challenges are. That's another discussion that needs to take place. But what I'm trying to understand is whether we are actually adequately, because we're competing against other communities, whether we like it or not. And I want to make sure that we are leading the way. And without us making the appropriate investments for high-paying and good-paying jobs into the future, it concerns me. So it's kind of neat that they're coming in for 50,000, which is really a pittance when you consider the investment that you're trying to make. So help me understand best practices. When we're looking at other communities with incubators, what is their total contributions to those incubators, and how does it compare to what we're currently doing?
Mr. Deputy Mayor, I don't have that information off the top of my head, but I'm happy to provide it for the councillor as soon as.
So the point I'm making is, they're being frugal with their request. I think we can make greater demands when we fund through performance measures, and by tying those dollars to those performance measures, to hopefully make sure that we are on cutting edge and leading the way in regards to job creation in our community. They're one tool. I understand they're not the only tool. I think Michael and some of the other staff have done an eloquent job explaining some of the other tools we have. But I just don't know if we are adequately funding these incubators to be as robust as they can be to attract businesses and jobs to this community. And I think that's a discussion we need to have. So I want to highlight that. And I would hope that we get that report in the upcoming future in regards to what other communities are funding in respect to these type of approaches. The next question I have, I know raised this at Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and they did set up a working group. And we did have a number of presentations here in regards to sectorial development. So this is not just tech or high tech or, what's it called, push button tech. This is what are the strengths of Hamilton? Where are we best positioned in regards to sectorial development? And what are we doing on those fronts to encourage those businesses that come to our community? I mean, one of the things we talked about and heard very clearly is the food and beverage industry seems to be a natural for the city of Hamilton. I think we identified a couple other sectors that we have strengths in. What I don't know to date is what we have done to strengthen our hand and market the city of Hamilton to attract those businesses at a greater extent than we currently are.
Question. Neil?
Through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I've taken note of the questions from the councillor, and I'll bring them all back at the same time.
Steel innovation, beverage, I think you've mentioned in the past, if I understand the question correctly.
Well, certainly advanced manufacturing is still a big opportunity for us, and there'll be an announcement coming tomorrow in that regards.
See the track I'm on, because the narrative has been so much about quality of life, but to have quality of life, you need to have jobs. You need to have good paying jobs. And that part of the equation is being lost in the narrative in the last number of months, and that's my humble opinion. And I want to bring that back and make that the narrative. Too many kids are now, like my son, have to go to Edmonton to work because they can't find a reasonable paying job here in the city of Hamilton, and that's one that's graduating with a degree. I want to capture more of our kids and our grandchildren so they don't have to leave our community and they can work here. And yet that narrative has been lost, and I want to put it back front and center because I think quality of life stems from prosperity, and prosperity stems from jobs, good paying jobs in this community. So that's the reason why I'm asking those questions. But certainly I want to see those reports on best practices, what other communities are. We got to stay ahead of the game if we're going to stay in the competition, and I want to lead. So I look forward to those reports.
All right. Susie Braithwaite, the Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee, is going to speak to us now, along with her friend Mark Tharm, unless there was Mark Tharm from Muse Marketing.
Morning. I'm Susie Braithwaite, Executive Director of International Village BIA in downtown Hamilton. We're here today because recently the BIA Advisory Committee underwent a rebranding project with Muse Marketing Group. All of the BIAs participated and provided input into this project. In the past, there's been some confusion as to what business improvement area is and what the acronym BIA actually stands for. The general public doesn't usually understand the concept of BIAs, so we wanted to create a brand that can be used across the city of Hamilton. The business improvement areas in the city of Hamilton felt it was time that BIAs acquired a brand that could be used either individually or in a joint marketing efforts to promote the businesses within our areas through different medias, whether it's Tourism Hamilton, The Spectator, Cable 14, just to name a few. The new brand allows for recognition of all BIAs through a collaborative effort and represents all types of businesses located within our boundaries, not just the retail and restaurants, also professional and other types of service businesses. This brand was unanimously adopted at our BIA Advisory Committee meeting on May 10th, and we are pleased to unveil it to you here today. I will pass this over to Mark Tharm from Muse Marketing Group to briefly explain and unveil the new brand to you.
Thank you, Susie. Good morning to Council and Mayor, Deputy Mayor. It's a pleasure to see you all. First of all, I just want to say that it has been an honor and a pleasure for Muse to be able to work with the BIA's Advisory Committee. The process has been a pleasure for us, and we believe the outcome has been one that will actually be very successful for them in application. Very quickly, our company's process of creating brands is one that is very consultative, and the net result is something that is actually reflects all of the parties, as opposed to just coming in as an outside company saying, here's what you should look like. So the work that you're seeing today is actually the product of the BIAs themselves, as well as our company. I will ask you just to bear with me. I want to read you the why statement. It is up, but I'd like you to hear the words, please. This is the power of the Business Improvement Association. We are shop owners, entrepreneurs, and volunteers. We believe in creating unique and exceptional consumer experiences. We know that great businesses are an essential part of great neighborhoods. We are purveyors of goods, providers of services, and leaders of commerce. We create gathering spaces that feed and entertain. We decorate and beautify the places where you walk, shop, work, and play. We have grit and passion for our city. We are Hamilton's business improvement areas. One city, spend it here. We kept a simple brand. It's based on making sure that we use the full name, business improvement areas. The awareness of BIA amongst the public is still limited. The BIAs themselves in Hamilton, there's 13 of them, they rightly so don't necessarily use BIA in their name. It's not a consumer-forward brand. But there is a point at which we do have to acknowledge the fact that these organizations make a huge difference to the impact of the city. We chose one city as the prominent message. It's because Hamilton is a city that has experienced amalgamation. We are not just downtown. We are not just downtown in the mountain. We are also interesting external components which have their own unique areas, Ancaster, Dundas, Waterdown, that sort of thing. So one city, we want to unify. I mean, as a company and as an organization, I think that there's a sense of wanting Hamilton to see itself as one. Spend it here, it's cheeky. It's meant to be being quite blatant about it. Spend your money here. It also is spend your time here. And on a higher level, spend your life here. We used the pin drop, which people are quite familiar with now, as kind of an exclamation mark. It acts as a bullet for the one city, and it acts as an exclamation mark for spend it here. And it lets people know that we want them to stay. It works on 3 levels. If you live or work near or in a Hamilton BIA, we want you to actually look there first, to actually do business. And that's not just retail. That's actually, you need a lawyer? Look for the lawyer in your neighborhood. If you, any professional service. The next level is that if you live in the Hamilton area, don't just necessarily think of shopping in one BIA. We have 13 of them, and they are all unique. They have unique business mixes. And ultimately, if you're within a reasonable drive, meaning 416 or something like that, we want them to know that Hamilton is a great destination to come for the day, because it's not one place to shop. It's many places to shop and do business. I'm just going to show you some applications, and keep in mind, please, that most of these are concepts. This is so that we have the opportunity to let everyone see how this could be used in a sort of a public brand. Interesting component too is that some of the input that we got from the members of the advisory committee was that we want something that definitely says we're not Burlington, we're not Oakville, and Hamilton has something different about it, and it is our grit, and not just physical grit. That's actually for. This is an image which can actually look very Hamilton. Integrated with all of the names of the different BIAs, this can be used as a campaign to promote individuals as well as the collective group. And that's it. Thanks very much.
Great, thank you. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and certainly I'm very proud to be here as the council liaison. This year I'm not the chair. We've decided to rotate the chair at the advisory committee to give each executive director the opportunity to roll through that leadership role. But if I could, just a quick statement, Mr. Deputy Mayor, on this particular project, and then I'll open up some questions, because I'm sure there'll be a couple of people wondering, maybe with a few EIAs and how that fits into the One City brand, which I think is well answered. But watching this particular group operate as the 13 different BIAs across the city, for me has been an example of what an amalgamated city can look like when it's operating well. Understanding what the advantages are of having expanded urban boundaries and suburban and rural boundaries put into one geography. What I think we've come up with here is an opportunity for our own economic development strategy, be it through a tourism strategy internal to our city and related to a lot of the concerns that we're hearing around LRT, where we can really drive home the idea of shopping local procurement, local small businesses, local jobs, community benefits. And so I think that this particular project is so timely in delivering that message, Mr. Deputy Mayor. But if you could, just to alleviate any potential anxieties that might be present or may not be present around how this could be adopted to each particular district, whether it be through a sub-brand or through photos or through profiling different businesses, just so they don't, you know, I wouldn't want somebody in Waterdown saying, well, gosh, that's an urban-centric thing, when I still feel like there's a huge opportunity to go in a bunch of 13 different directions with this one brand. If you could just speak to that and the rationale behind the One City.
So I think historically one of the sort of challenges we've seen around the table of the BIAs is coming to a final answer and a final brand. I mean, there's lots of things we wanted to do over the years, whether it's be, you know, in the media or to get our names out there. So, and it has, you know, at times been difficult. There's been political issues that have come up over the years. We haven't all seen eye to eye. But I think having a brand now that unites all of the small business districts, you know, that are branded as BIAs in the city is definitely a message that, you know, whether you're on the outlying areas or whether you're downtown, this brand can be used in any of those areas. So we've been selective in even just the coloring. So the one being the blue and the city being the gold, blue representing the city and the gold representing, you know, Ticats, Bulldogs, that kind of thing. So we really wanted to find something that all of us agreed on, and Mark and his team were amazing at that, because it was a challenge that we've had for years and years to come up with this. I mean, it wasn't an easy task. And it is because we all bring a different flavor to the table. We have different demographics in our neighborhoods, and how do you put that into one message? And I think we've accomplished that with this. And I think moving forward, it's something that we can now look at. You know, we want to do a profile ad in the Spectator and put ads from all of our businesses under it, or all of our BIAs. Now we have that opportunity to do that. Cable 14 had approached us a couple years ago about doing a show about featuring the different BIAs and whatnot. And you know, it was a great concept, but how do you brand that as what we are? So now we are able to move forward, and I think not only promote ourselves individually, but promote ourselves as, you know, we are the foundation of this economy in Hamilton, and we're the ones out there like really pushing for things like revitalization and shopping local, and now we have that voice through this brand.
You know, Susie, I through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just read a recent article about suburban sprawl, big box stores. We heard a little bit about tax assessments, but by design, those big box developments leave very little room for small business growth. And so it only further underscores the importance of supporting what I call the small s business, which you're rightly stating is driving our economy right now. So I certainly appreciate all of the work that you and the committee continue to do. For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Mark. I know we have Jennifer Mattern here from Ancaster Village BIA with her intern from Brock. Yep, they're still here. I'm glad that they were able to see this, and it really is a testament to, again, the citywide, amalgamated, one city, shop here, spend it here opportunity that we have, and I certainly look forward to, once receiving this, I'll be moving a motion to ask for the feasibility of supporting a citywide launch for this brand in all of the different regions and areas where we can start to support these small businesses. Thank you.
Mayor Eisenberg.
Thank you, Councillor Farr. Phone, go to this one. Thank you, and great work. And I really like what I see. I particularly like the slide that had the one city brand with all the the BIAs kind of listed on it. I think that is really a unifying message, I think, coming from the BIAs. And so just, I love the whole concept, actually. I mean, there's nothing to not like here. I think that's the BIAs coming together and saying we have a great resource in our community. It's an add-on to the buy local, which has been part of our kind of strategy going forward as it sits, and an add-on to kind of the small to medium-sized business focus that we continue to pursue as a municipality as part of our economic growth. So there's just nothing to not like here. Question though is, and I'm not, haven't been terribly involved in the overall BIA organizations, although I interact with all of them, supported by all BIAs. This is now the kind of the final outcome. I know it's been a long journey, but it's now supported by every single BIA that was mentioned in the slide. They're all together and standing with this concept.
Oh yes, we unanimously voted that this was the brand that we would like to undertake from here on out.
Fantastic. So then the next question for me is how are the BIAs going to utilize this, or are you going to be asking the city for additional resources to roll this out? I mean, I heard potential motion coming from the councillor. Do you have your own kind of concept in how you're going to roll this message out to your local BIAs as well as throughout the city?
Well, I think obviously any help we can get, we're being nonprofit organizations, always helps. But we do have advertising budgets within our own budgets. And I think too, just hitting social media with the hashtag spend it here will unify us. And I think, I've done a couple ads through tourism and I've put spend it here on that as our message. And I think going forward, looking at our plans for 2017, our advertising plans, hopefully we can get organized enough to come up with some options that we can all pitch some money in to do some of these promotions. But obviously, any help we could get always helps. So having an unveiling would definitely, benefit all of us for sure.
Sure, but there's an intent to have all the BIAs come together and apportion some of their kind of local funds to a kind of broader advertising promotional.
Yeah, I mean, all of our budgets are very different, so depending on, the scope of what we can afford, but I think we're all aware that that's the case, and, if smaller BI like Barton Village can only pitch in, $2,000, but a bigger BI like downtown can pitch in, say, $5,000, I think we would work out how that would work and the scope of the advertising that would be done.
I think this is absolutely fabulous. So congratulate you on coming up with, I think, a very unifying concept, and certainly good for business, good for buying local, and spending it here, living it here, and being here, is a great message for our city. So thank you for that great effort, and I think on a launch basis, I'm sure we could find some ways that we can help move that along. I think that would be a great thing. So thank you both.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Marula, you're coming up in just a moment, but first, Councillor Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. Thanks, Susie and Mark, for your presentation. By the way, the colors are actually the City of Hamilton, of course, flag since amalgamation as well, so that's nicely tied in there. Susie, if you could just maybe, since I've never sat at the BIA table in terms of ever being a council rep at former Habia and now your BIAAC, just give me a flavor as to the 13 different BIAs, because even today parts of our community still talk about being very proud of Canada Post delivering to Stony Creek, to Waterdown, to Dundas. They're not delivering Councillor Jackson to Hamilton, they're delivering to Dundas and Ancaster. So give me a flavor as to how you came together with this unanimity, and yet the various BIAs in the various geographic areas, from what I've heard, wanting to maintain some unique identity for their niche marketing. Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Susie.
For sure. I think all of us over the years, and most of us, have developed our own branding. So I can speak on behalf of International Village. We've had a brand that's been alive now for over 5 years. You'll see it on our banners. And we don't want to sway away from that. And I think there still is something to be said about keeping to that brand. But having a logo that we can now plug into the corner of one of our ads or share amongst ourselves to show that we are more than just one BIA, that there's 13 of us that work together. And I mean, we work together on so many different initiatives through the city, bylaws, so many different things. It's not just about sales. It's about, cleaning up the streets and putting on events. So that's our unified voice. I mean, we're all working on those things within our small groups. And this is where we could maybe come out on some of those initiatives and say, this is what the brand we'd like to put forward for that. But then keeping within our own brands, I think, is also very crucial to the success of our individuals. So.
Thanks, Susie, for that explanation. And if this is full steam ahead after today, and with some hopeful marketing dollars from wherever Councillor Green may be asking staff to investigate the feasibility of some tangible support that way, will this be part and parcel of even what our tourism division does in terms of conferences coming here and the 13 BIAs? Mr. Deputy Mayor, through to Susie, maybe for how you see this unfolding.
So we already kind of do that. I mean, we had the OBIA conference here 2 years ago that brought over 350 delegates to the city. There's lots of different options for us to get involved in, whether it's even just small networking events and things like that. Obviously, our funds are limited. I mean, we're not for profits, and our main mandates are beautification, maintenance, and promotion of the areas. But there's more that we would like to do as a unified front, and I think this is the first step in that. And honestly, we were all, a huge part of the decision making in this brand. So we feel like we each have we've played a part within this. So it's not just something that was like, hey, what do you think? Do you like it or not? We all brought our thoughts. Our boards brought forward our thoughts. They did the clouds, all these things to come up with this. So we all feel like we own this brand to a certain degree, and we've worked really hard to get here on it.
Thanks, Susie. And Mr. Deputy Mayor, obviously I'm very proud of the mountains only niche marketing BIA being Concession Street, both the previous decades old and now the new era of Concession Street stretching from Sam Lawrence Park right over to Upper Gage. So good luck the rest of the way, Susie. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Concession is looking real good these days.
It is.
Councillor Marula.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And many thanks for the presentation. My only concern is Hamilton business improvement areas, ads that will be on billboards and elsewhere, I'm not sure if it's actually going to resonate or mean anything to anyone unless you tie it into something that's recognized. Somewhat along the lines of what Councillor Jackson has mentioned is the branding of, for instance, concession, Ottawa Street, and so on. That's worth a great deal. So the strength of that branding, I think, should be exploited more than hidden. And along what you're trying to do here with respect to one city, it should be one city, 13 BIAs. And I don't have a hard copy of the presentation, but for instance, that is probably along the lines of where I'm going.
Yeah.
The other ones, I think you're going to. It's very dangerous. Only that, very dangerous in the sense that it's not going to resonate. People won't even know what it is unless you tie it into something that already has. And all of those have strong, recognizable branding. And I would highly encourage you to stick to that and highlight those, because then you can tie in the new branding collectively to what people already know and appreciate.
Right. And I think that's the plan with this. So the plan is, this is sort of the umbrella. So, for us to do billboards, and I mean, like financially, it's probably not feasible. These are just concepts that were brought forward to say what could be done down the line if things worked out that way. So the overall brand is to sort of encompass all of our individual brands. So you could see this on a Spectator ad as that's sort of the headliner, and then each of us still keeping to our own brands underneath that. So when you put a page out collaboratively and it says BIAs or business improvement areas, people don't generally know what that is. So this is a brand that we can each start to push within our own BIAs to educate people. As there is 13 BIAs in the city. There is, we can send this message out to Burlington, to Niagara, to reach other areas, as opposed to just individually always having to do that, which it's difficult. When you've got limited resources, some are part-time, some are volunteer. If you have this heading it and everything falling beneath that, it sort of allows us to do that. And I'll pass it over to Mark to explain more.
Just to reiterate that when we're actually developing a visual brand, a logo, we want to be able to show it in application. And some of the applications that we've chosen to use are dramatic. We would love to be able to see a big billboard with this. The practicalities of it are probably not going to allow that. What you're looking at right now, this image here, this would be a totally suitable full-page ad in an external publication or a local publication. This would be a great way to actually remind people that they have all of these places, these alternatives in their own city. So if it was appearing in, say, Hamilton Magazine, but if it was appearing in Toronto Life Magazine with modification of information, this will actually be a practical way for the 13 BIAs to promote. I think that your point is well taken, that business improvement areas is fairly cumbersome, and it's not something that you'd necessarily want to promote. That's why the emphasis here is on one city, spend it here, and we just want to make sure that it's tagged appropriately to the business improvement areas.
I guess my only concern with the other ads, where you can incorporate the names, and just as a friend, I would strongly suggest that it's connected, so that people.
Absolutely, and to give you an indication of sort of the low cost and no cost applications of this logo, any publication, any poster or ad that might be being done by an individual BIA can tag this on. They can use this as a logo that would appear on it, in a smaller accompanying fashion. But the more it's used, the better the awareness is created. We need repetition for people to actually be able to get it. We really did want to deliver a brand that was something that economic development would go, that's a powerful message, we'd like to get behind that. Tourism could do it. I mean, one city is a great message for the city of Hamilton, and Spend It Here is, again, very specific to the commercial aspect of it.
You, Mr. Chairman, and that's what I like about it as well. It's not really, the one city doesn't really promote only BIAs, it promotes shopping local. So over and above the BIAs, the emphasis is the city. So that is an added bonus, but I just wanted to make that friendly suggestion that the consistency with branding, the strong branding that already exists, it should be exploited more rather than less.
Absolutely.
Second time, Councillor Green?
Just, and I knew this kind of hesitation coming into the meeting, and certainly going back to the one with the lists, also acknowledging that as a brand, and we talked about this in preliminary, both with visual and with video, that now we have tools for each of the 13 individual BIAs to be able to, as was mentioned, to be able to superimpose this on hyper-local examples. So taking pictures of the street, having Ottawa Street, one city, Spend It Here, having, like, each of them now have the tools, because one of the things that's been missing in this conversation, Mr. Deputy Mayor, and I think that that you guys were actually being quite generous on, is that when individual BIAs undertake a individual marketing exercise, it is a huge strain on their budget. It is a very expensive opportunity. Most of them have their individual brands, but here's an opportunity for them to freshen it up and borrow on the idea of cooperative marketing. So I support, I would have to say through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, that I do, and we talked about this at the committee, we knew this was coming, that when it's citywide, that we do add in that list very intentionally to demonstrate each of the 13 distinct places. And then when we go to the individual locations, that they can apply this, or maybe the marketing guidelines perhaps would suggest they can apply this to hyperlocal examples. So it's not just, shopping bag and fire hydrant. It's shopping bag and fire hydrant on concession or in Waterdown or where have you and so forth. So fantastic work, and I'll be moving this motion here shortly and looking for somebody to second it.
That's great. We're going to wait on quorum for that. And I think it's important to note what hasn't been noted yet. Certainly the BIAs I'm very familiar with are good at stretching those marketing and publicity dollars and getting a lot of free marketing and publicity because they're with various media. And thanks to the good work of our executive directors, but obviously big thanks to all of our local media, big and small, who participate regularly throughout the years with our BIAs. So we are not going to receive you yet. We only have a limited number of colleagues around this table. There are many behind the scenes. There's a lot happening behind the scenes today for our friends on council, but you can step away. We will, once we have quorum, receive. I know we're trying to wrangle a few now. And we will entertain, if you would like to present your motion, Councillor Green, or would you want to wait until we have enough people to raise their hands?
I'm happy to present it, and then if there's any questions, or just so we can iron that stuff out before we,
Okay, procedurally you may not be able to present it. Maybe we could check with the clerk.
It makes complete sense. Could I, through you procedurally, Mr. Deputy Mayor, ask questions on the okay, we have quorum now.
Maybe you could read out the motion that you're not able to read out.
Right.
What is that motion we can't have you provide to us at this time?
I think we're good now.
We're good now. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So hearing the presentation, the motion is moved by myself, and I'm happy to take whoever would like to second it. Whereas the amalgamated city of Hamilton contains 13 distinct business improvement areas, and whereas small independent businesses are driving the Canadian economy, and whereas Hamilton's economic development has seen a strong growth in commercial retail, therefore be it resolved that the GM be directed to report back to GIC on the feasibility and appropriate funding reserve account for a citywide launch of a marketing campaign for the Business Improvement Area Advisory Committee. I have to say that because I don't like to. One city, Spend It Here.
And that's seconded by Mayor Fred Eisenberger. First, let's receive the delegates. So that's moved by Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? That is carried. No opposition. And now to the motion, moved by Green, seconded by Mayor Fred Eisenberger. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries unanimously. Thank you. Moving on. Thank you to Susie and thank you to Mark for that great presentation. We're going to... You need still to go back and consider item 5.8, Steph?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, you do.
Okay, so we heard the delegation. May I please have a mover and a seconder for 5.8? Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Green. All in favor? And on the motion, before we vote, 5.8, please, Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, there's 3 parts there. Can I ask a question on item 2?
Yes.
Thank you. Just want to know, on-street places and patio pilot project, staff be directed to investigate the feasibility of waiving all the costs for the outdoor patios and that. I think it's wonderful. Just as now we're embarking upon the season, warm weather, everything. Any idea as to when the report might be coming back, Mr. Deputy Mayor?
Great question. Jason Thorne.
To General Manager Thorne, please.
Through the chair, it will be on your next GIC agenda.
Thank you so much. Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
More specifically, June 15th. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries. And now to Glenn Wellings of Wellings Planning. This is respecting item 8.2 on our agenda today. That is the process respecting the designation and retention of 18 to 22 King Street East and the redevelopment of 24 to 28 King Street East. Thanks for coming, Glenn.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, committee members. My name is Glenn Wellings, planning consultant for the owners, and I'll be very brief this morning. First of all, Mr. Bullock and Mr. Premi did make presentation on this matter back on April 6th of this year, and Mr. Premi is available if there are any questions of him. First of all, we'd like to thank city staff for bringing this matter forward. We are in general agreement with the report and the suggestions and the various steps that are included within that report. It's I call it an 11-step process, but very positive. With respect to items 3 and 4, steps 3 and 4, I just want to clarify that these steps are suggesting that the heritage permits be dealt with before the site plan application gets filed. We've canvassed city staff. We plan to run those processes concurrently. So the heritage permit process and the site plan application process will be run concurrently. That's to ensure there's consistency between the processes and with the acknowledgement that the heritage permit applications need to be approved before site plan approval is granted. With respect to the site plan approval, the formal consultation is set for next week, next Wednesday, so we are hoping to move this forward fairly quickly and file all the necessary applications. In terms of the other steps, they're fairly self-explanatory. Just to give committee assurance, the buildings will be protected until we get to step number 11, and that's the step where the bylaw is implemented to revoke the intent to designate. So there is cooperation going forward. I think this is very positive, actually. I'm quite encouraged, and to me it is a good news story. It's certainly not a process where everybody is getting what they want. And Deputy Mayor, I sort of half joked with you the other day that it's equally, everybody's equally unhappy. but I'd like to take a positive approach, and I think it's a good news approach, and we're certainly happy to move this forward and move as quickly as we can on this application. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Councillor Ferguson.
Welcome, Glenn. It's nice to have you back before us again. And there's a motion on our blotter.
Yes.
And I thought it might be easy just to read this motion out publicly now, and I have the consent of the ward councillor to do this, to get your reaction right now. I don't know whether you've seen this, but I'll read it out loud. The staff be directed, I'll start over. The staff be directed to request the owners of 18 to 22 and 24 to 28 King Street East to provide written confirmation to the city that they concur that this process is appropriate and that they will withdraw their objection to the notice of intent to designate after building permits have been issued for the development proposal in order to give effect to the process outlined in report PED 16116. Are you prepared to do that?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, to Councillor Ferguson. First of all, we have seen the draft motion, and we're happy to do that. Yes.
Okay. Maybe we can move this right after this presentation, then get it over with, because we now have 100% confirmation that they'll agree.
It started in 2012, so I'm happy to get it over with. I think we all are. We're equally unhappy. Mayor Fred.
Yeah, definition of a perfect compromise. So could I suggest that we move item 8.2 forward? Could I move that we move item 8.2 forward and deal with it now that we're at delegation?
Seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Any
Carried.
opposed? That's carried.
And I believe it's your motion, Councillor. So if you want me to take the chair, and you can put your motion and move.
You heard the therefore be it resolved. It's before you and seconded by Councillor Pearson. Right, sorry. Oh, move to receive. I don't think we have any more questions for you, Glenn, so
Okay.
thank you. Moved by Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. All in favor? Any opposed? We received the delegation. We now have the chair to the mayor and Farr on the floor, moving the motion before us, seconded by, and thank you very much to our longtime Heritage Committee member, Councillor Maria Pearson, on this outstanding issue. And I will speak very briefly to it, if I may, at this time, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, sir.
It is the return of a 2012 compromise. Some of the people who were there then are in this room now. Many, of course, around this table remember what had unfolded. It was dramatic at times, undoubtedly. It was terrifying at times, undoubtedly. It was also, for the most part, a lot of conversations that took place, believe it or not, with a whole lot of very talented people, more talented than me, on these matters in a very amicable fashion. As much as it was contentious at times, we did really strive to get to this point, to get back to this original compromise, and we did so in a very polite way. So I want to just thank the many talented people, the Tims and the Daves who did the presentation. Dave Premie is here, the architect for what's about to occur in the very heart of our city, and of course Tim Bullock, the lawyer who's been representing right from day one on this issue, to Rob and Glenn on the proponents team, to Mr. Barnett, who I'm really looking forward to having a conversation with next week. I've failed to have a sit down with Mr. Barnett in my 5.5 years, so that's going to be fun. Hopefully Tim joins us too. And of course to Mr. Blanchard, who was here and I think he had to leave, fronting a company that we all know, Wilson Blanchard, in this city over many, many decades, and they have done many tremendous things, and they continue to do many tremendous things in a wide scope of property management and restoration of heritage. And you need only to spin your head at the corner of Main and James to know what I'm talking about. So while we have pieces of what's before us here today that may be for some still contentious and may be contentious for all time for some folks, and fair enough, we have, and I have always said publicly, we have been dealing with a man in David Blanchard who lives in a home that is a heritage designated home, and who has, through his company and his partners, done a tremendous job in restoring and redeveloping our heritage in our downtown and throughout our city. So I think that deserves to be said. And thanks to Jason Thorne on staff, and Chris and Janice and all of her legal team. I know legally and politically we had different conversations going for a couple of months, but I think we're in a very good place, and I think you and your team agree. Glenn Norton and Mike Kirkopoulos, who's no longer with us, who's been great communicating this for the last 4 years. And thanks to all of you, finally, my colleagues and Mr. Mayor, for your continuing to support and continuing to appreciate the nuances of revitalization and redevelopment and how heritage plays a role in that conversation. We dealt with it just yesterday in planning. We're dealing with the next item here today in GIC, and it's an important conversation, and it's important to come up with compromises where applicable, and I think we've done so here with what's before us. So thanks very much. I'm moving. Longtime Heritage Committee member Pearson is seconding, and it's much appreciated.
That's what I heard. Thank you very much. And I might want to add some words myself, actually. So for a brief moment, Chair, back to you. And just to compliment you on, sorry? Yeah, we'll get you on there, Terry. compliment you on, it's been a challenging journey for sure. And, there's always kind of political consequences, but compromise, as was pointed out, when no one's totally happy is probably the best outcome we can get to. And it does get us to a point where we can actually start to fix the gap in the Gore, as I've called it, which has been an ongoing issue. And, not to continue to stand at loggerheads with one another doesn't give us a move forward position. This allows us to move forward. It does provide an opportunity for the developer to go in there and do some development that's going to add value to our downtown. And potential future other value. Then we'll see how those discussions play out. But I think that have participated, the developers, the staff, it's been a journey getting here, and I think, Councillor, you facilitated this quite well. And if for those that are still opposed, I understand that we would like to save everything. But in reality, to find an opportunity to preserve some heritage and at the same time get development, I think is probably the best course of action in this particular instance. So congratulations to all. I think it's very important to get past this, and we look forward to some future development that's going to fill in the gap in the Gore and make our downtown whole again, which I expect will happen before too long. So thank you for that, and thank you for all your great effort. I'll take the chair back, and then I have Councillor Whitehead, as I recall.
I'm sorry. I certainly want to echo the comments. This has been a very difficult file. It shows sometimes the conflict between trying to preserve and progress and development, and to look for a solution that, and obviously we heard very clearly, no one's really happy, but at least there's a solution that moves the file forward. It only took 4 years. But having said that, I want to highlight the fact that the majority of heritage buildings in regards to LRT are on King Street, not Main. So I look forward to those challenges too.
Thank you. Actually, I'm in the chair. Unique how we fitted LRT into that, but that's okay. Councillor Pearson.
Thank you. Certainly commend Councillor Farr. It's been a long road, and I appreciated that Heritage Committee were also supportive of this. You're very right. Support the fact that, you take a chance of losing everything, try and preserve and save what we can. And I'm really pleased to have be on the committee that recognizes that, no different than when we dealt with the Royal Connaught. So we are trying our very best to be supportive of development going forward and the needs of the community developers. And I commend my colleagues on Heritage Committee for
All right, thank you all very much. I have no further comments. So on the motion, all in favor? Any opposed? We'll call that unanimous. Mr. Chair, back to you.
Thank you so much. Thanks, everybody. Next up, our final delegate, Janice Brown, here to speak to us on item 8.3, St. Mark's. And Janice is the longtime and just recently former president of the Durand Neighborhood Association, as she makes her way down one of our, well, I guess our most established. Yes, I know. I'm about ready to get on a WestJet flight, and I'm going to be seizing my legs up starting tomorrow. Those economy seats can be, for a guy like me, pretty tight.
The seventh inning stretch. Oh.
There goes your great intro, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak, especially Stephanie. We had to do a little quick rearranging because there was a miscommunication with regard to emails. And I had to do a quick, as I said to Mayor Fred, ad lib, because I didn't know whether I was coming first or coming after everybody received and voted yes. Obviously, that's not the case. So what I'm about to say to you is just a little reversed. And I am delighted, first of all, on behalf of the DNA, to see the staff recommendation. And I would like to express our sincere thank you to all who have worked so hard. And what I'm about to say to you and some of the things that have happened over the last 4 years. I want you to listen carefully, and most importantly, when this is done and a motion comes forward, I'm hoping that you will move to accept this. And somebody said it just took 4 years for the Blanchard Gore buildings. Well, it's taken a lot longer as far as St. Mark's is concerned. This, for us, started in 1988, and since 1994, many of us have been involved from the get-go and continue to be involved. So, first of all, culture and tourism staff, Councillor Farr, City Council, Ward 2 Community Council, and citizens of Hamilton, you have all played an important role in trying to come up with an adaptive reuse for St. Mark's. Many of you in this room, I know, are aware that the DNA has advocated for St. Mark's since '88. However, the past 4 years have truly been a collaborative experience that has engaged all of the stakeholders that I just mentioned to finally operate St. Mark's as a cultural programming space. The catalyst, particularly for me and perhaps for the DNA as well, was the St. Mark's Public Open House in 2013. That was the work of city staff, and at that time, more than 250 folks participated and, more importantly, showed their support and interest in St. Mark's adaptive reuse as a cultural programming facility. In 2013, Councillor Farr introduced participatory budgeting to Ward 2 citizens, and in 2014, Ward 2 residents voted to provide $100,000 for roof restoration for St. Mark's. In 2015, staff presented and council approved the cultural and programming space financial and operating plan. In 2015, Ward 2 Community Council, that is 6 neighborhoods that came together, much like your 13 BIAs who have come together, Councillor Green, which I think is amazing. It's just terrific. So it does happen, and it is a collaborative approach. And they came together and directed $400,000 to St. Mark's from the 2015 monies in Ward 2's Area Rating Capital Reserve. In 2015, city staff, Councillor Farr, and the DNA were successful in getting council support for the St. Mark's grant application for the Federal Canada 150 infrastructure program. And more importantly, the Conservative federal government awarded the city $280,000 for St. Mark's. And we know how difficult assessing grant money can be. In May 2015, city staff and the members of the DNA developed and participated in 2 days of cultural and community program for May is Museum Month in partnership with Doors Open and Jane's Walk. And at that time, at St. Mark's, we had over 463 guests who visited us, who enjoyed all of the cultural activities that were provided, and that was certainly, again, testimony by the citizens of Hamilton that we are on the right track. And today, June 1st, 2016, staff have provided a capital funding plan as requested by council that will see, or could see, depending on how you vote, the restoration of St. Mark's Phase 2 and 3, and to be completed by 2020 or sooner. I hope I am alive to see that. I can assure you, all who came before us and who have been a part of this journey for the adaptive reuse of St. Mark's and who are still with us today will be invited to celebrate. And that goes back to folks since 1988. That includes former DNA members, councillors, and of course staff, because without their work over the past 22 years, none of this would be possible. And finally, most importantly, the DNA will continue to be stewards for that special place, just as we have been not only for St. Mark's, but our Durand Park. The DNA looks forward to the journey to care for St. Mark's and our cherished green space as we move forward. And with that, I thank you.
Thank you. I have myself on the speakers list. If I can pass the chair to you, Councillor Connolly. I believe you were the last deputy mayor. You hit on that very last piece of your wonderful presentation, and I know you've waited a long time. And Roberta's here, and Dennis.
Dennis is here, yes.
And certainly a lot of people are listening in from our great Durand neighborhood, our historic Durand neighborhood, where you do so much. And certainly this, as you mentioned off the top, Janice, has been on your plate. Yours personally, but thousands of others in the neighborhood for decades.
Yes.
So as much as Gore was for, this is decades, and back-to-back heritage is, it's just funny the way things time out in life. So I'm really happy that you're up here, and I'm happy that you're happy. And I know that with the plan that we've been talking about and we've shared and approved in the past here on where we go with that facility moving forward as a cultural center, we will have weddings, we will have big events, and we will attract people from not only this great big beautiful one city, but beyond. But we will also have a lot of neighborhoods locally and within the inner city involved in this space. It's there's been enough conversation about that. You and I both know that. And ultimately, to that end, and what you mentioned right at the end, am I hearing from you, through you, Mr. Chair, there's confirmation that we can count on forevermore, and we know you're going to be around the Durand Neighborhood Association for a long time, your willingness and your participation from an operating standpoint going forward, helping us with doing the landscaping and preventing that from being a levy expense, helping us with booking events in that space, and providing opportunities for not only locally but hyper-locally and beyond to engage. So we can count on the Durand Neighborhood Association
Yes, Councillor Farr. Yes, you can count on us. You only have to realize how strong we are and how protective we are of those special things that we have. I can look at Durand Park. Durand Park opened with great fanfare in 1975, and Durand Park came about or the Durand Neighborhood Association came about for two very important reasons. One, we did not have green space. Two, we had uncontrolled development and no neighborhood plan. We were the first neighborhood to have a neighborhood plan. Ever since 1975, we have worked hard to keep Durand Park and to protect it and to bring it into what it should be. We know it suffered, and way back in 2008, we started with a plan to do a Durand Park revitalization. And if any of you take the time and you come to Herkimer and Park, please come and see what has transpired. It is absolutely stunning. And as we did with Durand Park, we will do with St. Mark's. We know, how could we work this hard since 1988 and then finally get it and give it up? It's not possible. There is far too much at stake here.
All right, thank you. Just wanted to reiterate, get it on the record. I always appreciate working with you, and really the passion that yourself and, of course, particularly the board members have with respect to the heritage of this one. I will have a comment, but it's not comment time, it's question time, at the appropriate time, and I'm hoping that we can move as well item 8.3 forward like we did with 8.2. Our friends from the DNA know and have this official before too long.
Pass it back to you.
Councillor Whitehead. I have someone wanting to speak to the report. We haven't moved it forward yet, but if you want to move to bring the report forward, well, first let's receive our delegation. That's moved by Councillor Ferguson and seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing no opposed. Thank you, Janice, again.
Thank you.
Motion to move report 8.3, the St. Mark's Capital Funding Plan, forward on the agenda, moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Skelly. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Whitehead.
Mayor, I certainly admire the work of the DNA and can appreciate that we have Whitehorn and Durand, tax-funded facilities in the lower city that are well-deserving and are very active. And we have them in Ancaster and Stony Creek and Waterdown. And yet I know that we continue to fight and hope that Ockmar, that is in the only location with the greatest and largest population in the city, that has no heritage buildings that currently are being funded by the taxpayer. We purchase it, we hang on to it. I hope that we have the same type of results moving forward. So I commend the hard work. I mean, we know there's only so much dollars in the city coffers, and we need to strategize on how many heritage buildings we can take on and actually continue funding and taking on that liability and risk. I think St. Mark's is worth it, based on the history and based on what we heard here today. I also equally believe Aukmar is worth it as well. I think it's unfortunate, for the reasons I discussed at the beginning of this meeting, that we're having the discussion in absence of having the Aukmar report before us here today, because there really is a long history on the mountain in regards to Aukmar, and I would challenge the lower city to understand that there's a real sensitivity, and the significance of Aukmar is as important to many people in this community as St. Mark's might be to the DNA. So I would hope that we would get the DNA support for Aukmar, as we are going to be supporting this report here today. I would hope that that my certainly staff understand that it was a bit frustrated to have St. Mark's move ahead on this agenda in absence of having Aukmar here in front of us today. I think I've expressed that frustration. We will deal with that in the next session. I want to commend staff, because these are never easy. They're never easy when you're dealing with heritage buildings. And you're never easy when there's dollars are tight. And they're never easy when there's so many competing interests. I'm hoping that these are the last two main ones with this one and Aukmar, and then we really have to think deep and hard about whether Century Manor or going forward, how we approach those issues on a go-forward basis, because we're not short of heritage buildings in this community. I indicate that along King Street corridor in a report I read, I didn't realize there were so many buildings that are of heritage interest that will also fall into the same concerns in that regards to uplift and development and so forth. So I think that this is a prudent approach. I will be supporting it, and I would hope that the same principles that apply here today, depending on the results, will be the same principles we apply when Aukmar is before us. Thank you.
Councillor Skelly.
Thank you. Through the chair, I'd like to just, and I'm not sure if this is the appropriate time, but to go over the costing of this particular project. Is this appropriate? And I'm not sure who I would be speaking with. Perhaps Anna.
We have a few culture staff. We have Jason here.
Okay. Could you just explain, the building envelope is $1 million. So that is for what? And then we get into the additional $1.5 million and $400,000 in the second and third phases. So the building envelope, $1 million. What's that for?
Anna.
Through the chair. So the report that's in front of you is the capital plan. So it is done underway right now and is fully funded. Then there are two more phases. That will be about $1.9 million, and that will bring the building up to a standard for use immediately.
Thank you. Through the chair, the $1 million in the first, just to clarify, I think this is a great project, but I'm just trying to break down. I think it's important to save the church. I think it's important to have it as public use, but I'd like to see how we spend our dollars, because there are so many other important historic buildings in the city that I'd also like to see preserved. But I'd like to see the breakdown. $1 million, then the first $1 million is going towards what?
So phase one, which is currently underway right now, was to put a brand new roof on it, and it is to work on the foundations and the brickwork, so it's repointing, and also to stabilize the tower that is on the church.
Okay, through the chair. Then we get down to masonry repairs. That's separate from what you're doing now.
That's correct. Oh, through the chair, that's correct.
So that's another $400,000.
I spoke to my colleague here. That's for the interiors. Work that we're working on right now is all exterior, and it's to really secure the envelope of the building so that no further deterioration or raccoons or anything can get into the building. So phases 2 and 3 are mostly inside.
Okay. Through the chair, then we get through, we have two landscaping costs, $10,000 interior adaptive reuse, and another $70,000 for interior landscaping. What does that mean?
The chair, it's really, we're putting those down as fit up, so that's the first costs for doing the landscaping to put it to a standard, because our plan is that we're going to be working with the local community to keep the landscaping up. So probably you're right, it shouldn't have been put in as interior, but it is the landscaping outside to bring it up to a proper standard.
Through the chair, that's $80,000 in landscaping costs. So what would we be doing for $80,000?
So it would, through the chair, would be preparing the land around the church. It's all the plantings. It will be your benches, all of that type of thing. So we will have a heritage landscape architect come in, design the entire landscape, and then we will put it together, and then it will be maintained by volunteers after that with a little bit of grass cutting, snow removal, things like that, that the city would still be doing.
Through the chair, I just want to point out, I think it's a lot of money for landscaping. That's my fan. We're sharing him, Chris. Okay. And then I get confused about the costs for things like general requirements for construction, construction contingency, and carpentry, and then the masonry. That's a lot. It almost sounds like it's repetitive, is it? Or is it, just explain, maybe you could explain what you're referencing.
So through the chair, no, it's not repetitive, and it is, I'm not a construction expert, but this has certainly been put together by heritage construction experts, and it is the flow of how work happens. So you have to design it, then you have to have it cost, and then you have to have it RFP'd, et cetera.
A little bit, come on down and switch seats with Chris, temporarily, of course.
Through the chair, I'm not sure I have an enormous amount to add. I'm not a construction person either. We build in a lot of contingencies for these projects because even at this stage, when we've been working on it for a number of years, there still remain to be a lot of unknowns. So we have to build that in. Sometimes you are lucky and you don't need the full contingency, but when you start into this work, you're going to pull back a wall and you're going to find something that you weren't anticipating. So you have to build a lot of that in, and there's really no way around it without, essentially spending, more money doing advanced investigations, so that you answer all those questions ahead of time. That ends up being more expensive. So we just,
Through the chair, have we ever come in under budget?
Through the chair, yes. Actually, just last year, the Dundurn roof came in under budget. Sometimes the worst case scenario doesn't happen, but yes, in this, it's always a bit of a judgment. So that's where we end up with. But yes, normally you find a can of worms, but sometimes not always.
Through the chair, again, I just want to say that I do believe in the project. I just look at these numbers sometimes and wonder if we're very, how cautious we are when we're spending taxpayers' money. Sometimes it's easy to simply say, here's the money, we can spend it as we don't have to worry about it. If it was a privately funded or privately owned project, I'm sure we would be very, very, very careful with every dollar spent. So I will be, and again, I think it's important, but I know that Akmar is also a building that a lot of people would like to see renovated. So I will be interested to see how much we can do with this money, and hopefully we can stay under budget and perhaps allocate these funds elsewhere. Thank you.
Thank you. I have myself on the speakers list, if I can pass the chair to you, Mr. Mayor. And just very briefly, all very good questions. Councillor Whitehead and I have had many conversations of both Akmar and St. Mark's, as they are the heritage properties of which are under the carriage of the City of Hamilton and have been for decades. And certainly I think this term of council, both, we will have resolve for both. And just to the money piece, we've heard all the history from our historians from the Drand Neighborhood Association already and most around the table. are well aware. So this report actually, 8.3, references other efforts Ian and Anna and Jason can speak to offset what's before us today. We approve what's before us, the 4-year funding through the one and only source, which is the capital budget for culture. However, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Anna, that doesn't prevent us, and in fact, this report references the fact that we will be continuing to go after grants, and we're quite we quite fit the parameters for some big-time grants in the future.
So through the chair, yes, absolutely. We'll be going after every grant that we can. And this is the upstart amount of money that we need. So as we get grants that we can qualify, we will be bringing this money down. And of course, we won't be spending it. And also for Councillor Skelly, we always err on the side of caution when we're working with heritage buildings. So we do build in a lot of contingency. They may but if we do not need it, we certainly don't use it. And you'll look at our capital budget and you'll see how we're moving things around all the time to cover those types.
Councillor Farr.
Thank you, Anna. And that's just one aspect. We already had reference through the delegation, and you see in past reports as well, where the Ward 2 folks have come together and insisted their councillor move area rating dollars toward this worthy cause. And I have in the past to the tune of, I think, $500K, and then we had the $250K grant from the feds, of course, through the Canada 150 Fund. And of course, in the future, I can almost with certainty guarantee, at the very least, I'll come before all of you again with respect to, and in another capacity, to offset what's before us in these costs. Look at you perk up, Councillor Jackson. I would come before you again, but not hat in hand at all. In fact, with a great idea towards offsetting this budget. You all unanimously not too long ago approved moving any funds, minus the real estate fees and legal fees, from Ward 2 and Durand's Charlton Hall, which is owned by the city, to Durand Park. You heard our delegate talk about Durand Park being near finished because we've taken some time to get that sale going, and if it's not already on, it's right around. We may move to amend that unanimously approved motion, and instead of Durand Park, try to associate those funds of what is pretty valuable Durand South property and a beautiful heritage building in its own right to this particular cause. Now, if that occurs, what we're looking at as a number today may drastically be reduced. And I promise to make every effort to bring that forward sooner rather than later. And then ultimately that opens up dollars in the cultural capital budget to address some of the things we've heard about and even haven't heard about here today. So I really do appreciate those questions, and I will vow to come forward sooner rather than later to even further reduce what we hope to have approved here today. So thank you. I will take the chair back, and finally, thanks to everybody over the decades who have participated in this.
Thank you. I will give the chair back, but Councillor Whitehead is on for a second time.
Just for clarification to Anna, how much annual dollars is in that particular fund, that cultural fund?
Through the chair, we receive $1.7 million annually in the block.
So 50% of that block will be tied up for how many years with St. Mark's?
Or we've outlined, so 2017 with the 500,000, it's about 29%, and then in the last year, which is 400,000, if we go to 2020, it's about 24% of that block.
And so that would take away capacity for other projects. What are the competing interests on that list?
So through the chair, under our jurisdiction, our stewardship, we have about, but we've spent many years now getting those up into good repair. So a lot of them are on maintenance now. So we're not spending large amounts of money in keeping them in good form. So mostly it's smaller projects now, like some roofs. We can't do everything at once because we only have the 1.7 million. So we have a 10-year capital plan, and we have very good reports that have come from architects on how we should approach any of the repairs that need to be made on those buildings. So we use the money as best that we can.
So with this today, bring this report, what capacity in that program is there for new projects when you're looking at the next well, in that 10 years? How much of that money is basically earmarked because you already identified all the needs?
Yes, Chair. Of that 1.7 million, we've pretty much allocated most of that money over the next 10 years in a capital plan. Having said that, the plan does change quite a bit, fluctuates. To give you an example, we had some work in the Dundurn parking lot slated for 2018. It ended up coming forward several years in order to make it match in parallel with some road work, and that basically required that we completely rethink that 10-year plan. So we're with that project, the Dundurn parking lot project, in the flow. Now we're reallocating everything again. So that 1.7 million, we really do have to be very careful about how we plan out those projects. As Anna was saying, we're to the point now with having brought our portfolio up to a reasonable standard. We have a relatively small number of projects that are big ticket items. Anna identified the coach house roof at Dundurn. There's also a porch at Gage House, which will be fairly large, and some foundation work at the Children's Museum. So there's not a lot of available money going forward over the next 10 years in terms of it. Pretty much all of it's been allocated into the 10-year plan.
So is it safe to say then, by supporting what's here today, when we deal with Aquifer in 2 weeks, and this may or could be one of those considerations, there's going to be very little opportunity to do so?
Chair, if that is an option in the next 2 weeks, back into the capital plan, and we would start looking at how we could make accommodation. So what we can do is, although some projects may be slated for 2 years from now, pushing it out another year isn't going to make a lot of difference, so that we can accommodate some of the other programs. Up to council.
Ian?
Yes, through the chair, thank you. And I think it's worth mentioning that in that 10-year plan, we do have Aquifer identified as part of the work. Now, pending, council decisions, we can't really fully slot the dollars in, but we're aware that Aquifer is there, and we're keeping keeping some money, if you will, in a pocket around that. We're continuing to work on that development, because if depending on council decisions, that means we will probably have to rethink the capital plan in order to accommodate it, which we can certainly do. We have obviously some high priority projects, and then we have some lower ones, and we just simply push some of the other ones back and bring them in as we can afford them, or as the priority requires.
Okay, but what I'm understanding, and it's not changing my position, but I want to make it clear that it is challenging for me when I'm put in a position where we're dealing with this report on a separate day than Aquifer, because by supporting this, which I tend to do, clearly it's going to impact our ability to build in a capital program into that very fund, because you've already earmarked X for St. Mark's. Is that correct?
Direct it in 2 weeks, put Aquifer back into our capital plan. What we would do is we would just look at the entire capital plan, and we would shift projects around to ensure that whatever priority council says to bring forward, we would make work.
Sounds a little bit loose. I'm not all that comfortable with it. Having said that, I think it's a project that's worthwhile, but I want to make it clear that I'm in a bit of a bind the way this came forward, and I wanted to demonstrate that through those questions. Thank you.
Okay. On item, thank you, Councillor. Calling the question. Item 8.3, all in favor? Carried. Any opposed? Seeing none. Thank you. Yeah, now that IF has been sitting here for a while wondering, how did they not push 8.1 forward when I spoke? As a courtesy, Mayor Fred, would you like to move 8.1 forward, seconded by Councillor Connolly? And on item 8.1, so they can get back to the Innovation Factory, all in favor? Any opposed? And that carries. And Mayor Fred, I just need to take a quick break. Would you mind for a few minutes? Next on the agenda is our general manager, or our city manager, Chris Murray.
All right. On 7.1, so Chris Murray, just on the planning process. Yes, Stephanie.
Through Mr. Mayor, we haven't yet moved 8.1.
Just did, yeah.
Did I miss the movement?
Yeah, you did, kind of.
I
yeah.
heard the motion to move it up, but not the motion to approve.
Yeah, you know, we needed 2 votes on that.
Yes.
So we did move it up. So so a secondary motion to approve item 8.1. All in favor? Carried. Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you. I know. You can't get anything past Stephanie, that's for sure. Nor can you get it past Chris Murray. Chris Murray, your answer.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And so this is our second of 3 meetings that we're going to have dealing with the strategic plan. And so with that, we'll start with, you'll recall our Future Hamilton was a year-long process that we engaged over 50,000 residents in a conversation about the future Hamilton. It's a 25-year plan. It's the second one. Our first one was Vision 2020, which was done in the early 90s. Out of that plan, there was 6 primary focuses that the plan spoke to, which I'll get to in a minute, that you endorsed by Council on February 25th, directing that those 6 areas of focus or themes be utilized within our strategic plan, so which is what I'm going to talk about today, obviously. So building on that, our future Hamilton visioning exercise is what we're here to talk about today, our 2016 to 2025 strategic plan. It's a 10-year plan, different than our last plan, which was a 4-year plan. And of course, that plan is here to establish priorities for which we are going to focus on and make critical investments to help achieve what is ultimately aspired to in the vision that I just spoke about. So we're here today to talk about a few things, and I'll get to that in a moment. But building on our strategic plan, these next 2 steps, you very well know that you've directed staff to come up with a framework for doing multi-year budgets so that we can start to have discussions in this chamber that cause us to think further down the road than our annual budget cycle. Good news on that is that Mike and I have been meeting with people. We've had a meeting just about a month ago with folks in London that seem to have a very good model. Others that we're looking at around the province and outside of the province as well to see, what is an appropriate framework for us. So that work is unfolding now, and I would hope certainly by the end of this term of council we would have in place what is an effective multi-year budgeting approach. So. And then, but short of that, we do our annual budget process, which you're well aware of. I'm raising this for the simple reason that, as one councillor said to me when I first started in this job, if you want to know the priorities of an organization or a council, just look at the budget. And at the end of the day, it's where you put your money that really establishes where your priorities are. So. Our previous strategic plan, we had identified some 55 actions in it, which were helpful in moving that previous strategic plan. What you're going to see happen now is that the very specific actions, whether they be projects, programs, or policies that are going to drive the 6 or the 7 themes that I'm going to talk about here in a second, are going to be in our budget. So they're not lost. They will be very clearly marked out in our budgeting process. So with that, just to the basic elements of strategic plan, what we aspire to, our mission, which is our purpose for being, obviously, our culture, how we conduct ourselves. We would refer to that as values, but that's another important component. And then lastly, but most importantly, our priorities or our focus, which I just talked about, and where we've gotten our priorities is from that 25-year visioning exercise that we just went through and you approved in February. So those are the four basic components here. So if we can get into that. The engagement, so certainly in terms of the strategic plan, we've had a number of conversations with our staff, and to date about 3,200. And of course, in terms of our visioning work and the priorities that are coming from that visioning work, there's been over 50,000, in fact, about 54,000 conversations that we've had with our residents of this community, including businesses and institutions and so on. So this, unlike what we did, I would say, in the first two streets, the engagement was about 30 people, council and senior management. The second strategic plan was about 250. We had increased it to include senior leadership in the organization. This one is by far, if you want to talk about continuous improvement, this is a good example of how it is that we've been broadening our net, getting more and more input, which I think only makes the strat plan that much better. So you had, at the last meeting back in March, you had directed us to go out to our staff and to our community and ask them a question about our vision. And as you know, our previous vision was the best place to raise a child, promote innovation, engage citizens, as well as provide diverse economic opportunities. And we felt that it's a mouthful, and that more importantly, most people, when they reference the vision, typically this is what they said. So you said, well, before we agree to this, go out, talk to staff, talk to the community, and tell us what it is that people tend to favor. So 79% of the respondents supported this particular statement, to be the best place to raise a child. And I'm going to stop at the end of the visioning piece to get your input, just to make sure that we're on the right path here. But 79% of the respondents, and when I say respondents on this particular question of them, there was in total about 2,500 responses that we did receive. Of those 2,500, about 2,000 were certainly staff. About 500 was, in fact, from the community. This was advertised in the Spec and the Brave Bent. It was on our website, and we did use Twitter to try and get people to go to the online survey and cast a vote. So this is where we've landed today. Of course, the vision, as we've talked about, the best place to raise a child, the notion of raising a child is an old concept in the sense of Proverbs, whether it's from Africa, in fact, originally, or it came from First Nations community. When we say about raising a child, it is much more than just the actual child that we're focused on. We're focused on the village. We're focused on all the people and activities that influence the successful raising of a child. So as we point out here, I think it's important that in whatever documentation or communication we do generate, that we kind of explain what we mean by that concept. So in this statement, I think being the best place to raise a child means having an inclusive community that actively engages in making Hamilton a better place for everyone, supporting residents through all stages of life. It's creating an accessible environment that supports the positive development of children as they move towards being healthy adults and seniors. So the intent of this is to give you a sense of really what do we mean by the vision. Now, having said that, afterwards, there was the comment that was made just recently. I think Councillor Jackson put it forward and was supported by Council, that the Seniors Committee was saying, well, as much as we understand best place to raise a child, we should somehow recognize our seniors. And so what they had approved and put forward to us was to be the best place to raise a child and grow old, of which I remember when that was raised, I think it was Councillor Johnson had said, didn't know necessarily if growing old was the right words, and that is there something else that we could come up with for maybe Council to give some consideration to. So I know Andrea in her previous life in working for the province in e-health, this kind of topic did come up through the provincial government, was long debated, and the term that the province tends to use is age successfully. So that's another way of kind of, referencing the growing old aspect that was put forward by our Seniors Advisory Committee. So without going much further into the mission and the culture and our priorities, I'd like to stop here and I guess get a sense of, because in today's report, what we're asking you is to confirm our vision. So maybe if I can stop right now and get a sense of where you want to go with this particular topic, that would be helpful.
I have two identified speakers. Councillor Pearson, is it on this particular topic? No. So Councillor Jackson, I'm presuming it is on this particular topic. So it's to you, and then Councillor Green.
Thanks so much, Mr. Mayor, and thanks, Chris. I've just put that slide back up where we Thank you, Chris. And again, just a refresher, Mr. Mayor, before I comment. Just a refresher, again, I know that this, our future, our city vision exercise, ongoing for months. The thousands of people that have been engaged, the 3,000 approximate staff comments in that, about half, a third of our workforce. Overall, tremendous engagement with the community. I remember the large delegation, I think it was about 3 dozen, that appeared before us, all offering their comments and input. So I'm very, very, Mr. Mayor, I just want to say sincerely to this body, I'm very respectful of that long process that got us to this almost successful conclusion we're ready to hopefully adopt. So with that refresher in mind, I just want to say it was just in the last month that both our Seniors Advisory Committee that provides tremendous input, recommendations, task forces on workshops and sessions for seniors to enhance the quality of life of all seniors across our community, whether junior seniors, at our shut-ins. They in the last month, knowing that this report was forthcoming in June, weighed in unanimously to offer up an amendment, if you will, in addition, saying to grow old, grow older as well. Obviously, covering the entire continuum of life in our community, from cradle to grave, and hopefully everything in between, that their quality of life, work, live, and play, develop generations following, that this city, in our country, in our world, was the best place to raise a child and to grow older. And also, a companion organization, Mr. Mayor, the Council on Aging, also sent a unanimous resolution. They work in companionship with our Seniors Advisory Committee. They also unanimously endorsed some kind of phraseology that would capture that. And lastly, Mr. Mayor, as you know, this city, I believe unique in the province of Ontario, has adopted an age-friendly platform, initiative, and plan. And our seniors are so gung-ho on it. I attended the first workshop session recently, and it's just paving the way for making our city the best place to be a retiree, a senior, hopefully right into the twilight years of one's life, as old as can be, to have the best possible amenities and opportunities in that aging process. So I wanted to give all that context, Mr. Mayor. I never wanted to, at the 11th hour, bring something in that so often we do, mostly hopefully for justified reasons. I didn't want to, especially for the community that might be listening, especially for the thousands that for months have been engaged, I didn't want anybody to think that this was just a last-minute slip-in that was thought of overnight. So I just want to give that context. And of course, Mr. Mayor, the demographics of our community, I think, Chris, roughly about 20% and climbing, our seniors are going to grow, that demographic's going to grow and increase even larger in our community. So talk about in budgets and priorities, that component of seniors and accommodating seniors programs, facilities, issues is going to be a mainstay of moving forward. So with all that said, Mr. Mayor, if this visioning exercise was an annual type of update and review, I would respectfully ask to my colleagues that aren't on the Seniors Advisory Committee, like Councillor Brenda Johnson and I are, that this could maybe be taken under advisement for another year. But this is now part of the 10-year plan, so it'll be another term of council potentially, Chris, that would once again undergo a review of the mission vision statements. So with all that said, Mr. Mayor, through you to Chris, I like the B. I like the optics of the language of B, because the Seniors Advisory Committee did say it was the concept of growing old, growing older. But if that language was just a little bit off for some members of council and or our broader community, I really want to, Chris, commend your staff. I think primarily Lisa Zinkowicz, who's had carriage of this file overall, and now Andrea McKinney. If that B part, that age successfully, I think that's so positive, and that speaks volumes to hopefully where most of us who either born and bred in this community or as immigrants came to this community and adopted this home want to be many, many decades from now. So, Mr. Mayor, through to Chris, Chris, the B part, has there been any feedback to your knowledge through your staff from when I put this motion over the last few weeks at council so that you could take it under advisement in terms of that, if you will, that steering committee, the ones who appeared before us? Has there been any feedback at all, Mr. Mayor, through to Chris? Or Chris, any further comment on the elaborate explanation I've provided, please?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, I mean, the great thing about this is that we are in your hands, and I mean, you have as good of a sense of the pulse of this community as anyone would. So this is really, for you to decide. I would say in terms of the B, age successfully, and I mean, you can read it too, to be the best place to raise a child successfully and age successfully. The qualifier here is to be successful, which I think is a useful qualifier. We have not obviously taken this out to as many people that have commented on the original one, but it's just really one of these things that if it helps this community feel more involved and inclusive and feel more a part of where we're trying to take the community, and that's your best judgment, then there is nothing wrong with this at all. So it's really a matter of do you want to leave it with the best place to raise a child, or to add don't forget we have an age-friendly strategy in this organization as well. So I think it fits with that as quite well, and so it's really in your hands there's no wrong answer here. Let's just say that.
Thank you very much for the sincerity of your response, City Manager. And you said it was, the language is used provincially as well, more or less as well within the ministries too. So, Mr. Mayor, again, never to blindside my colleagues, but again, this wasn't Councillor Jackson driven. This was from the Advisory Committee, a group of 20 of our seniors that we've just reappointed across our city. Councillor Green and I going through a multitude of interviews, and just tremendous talent across our city and the interest of our seniors. They thought it was important, again, given the demographic and given that we've adopted officially by council the age-friendly mantra as well. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, unless there's serious concerns or pushback, I would move the B part, seconded by Councillor Matt Green. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Green.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And sir, you'll probably remember I was the one who had all those reservations some time ago when Councillor Jackson brought this in at an opportunity where we may not have had the discussion, but in follow-up conversations with Councillor Jackson, very learned member and supporter of the seniors community. I believe what it also includes are people who choose not to have families. And so for myself, having just had a child, although I certainly recognize it takes a village to raise a child, there is a huge demographic of people who, for whatever reason, by choice or maybe even not by choice, decide not to have kids. I think this just increases, or I should say, improves on one of our priorities, which is, I think, on slide 10, about diversity and just being inclusive, all those factors. And lastly, what I love through you, Mr. Mayor, to Chris, about aging, raise a child and age successfully. I think it's very fitting today, as we're hopefully sometime before the sun goes down, we're going to hear vital signs. And vital signs is going to talk to us about the key health indicators in our community and how we're able to strategically, hopefully, move the dial on poverty reduction, on all the key health indicators. And when you talk about raising a child successfully and aging successfully, I think it gives us a very clear vision to align with the outcomes that are presented in these vital signs studies. So I think very fitting, and kudos to the staff who came up with age successfully. I know there was a little bit of hesitation around seniors are growing old and that kind of language. I think aging successfully is a brilliant, and raising a child successfully, a brilliant way to encapsulate. So I'm proud to second my good friend and colleague, Councillor Jackson, in this amendment, and believe that it is encompassing of the inclusion of all the great people here in the city of Hamilton.
Thank you very much. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you, through the chair, and I want to commend Councillor Jackson for bringing this up and bringing it to our attention. I thought that the original statement was exclusive, and it really did bother me. And it wasn't until he addressed the issue of bringing a component of seniors in it that I realized it's so much more inclusive. And what Councillor Green brought up, I have many, many, many friends who choose not to have children. And I think that this is far more inclusive. I think that we are very proud. My parents, who are in their mid-80s, moved to Hamilton, and they are aging successfully because of the services that we provide. In my ward, we have the Sackville Hill Senior Centre, and it is by far one of the most incredible seniors facilities that any municipality could offer. And we have incredible health care. So I think the inclusion of aging successfully truly recognizes our desire to acknowledge and to take care of those who are most vulnerable in our community, regardless of age and regardless, well, it's just, to me, it's just a far more inclusive vision statement, and I would certainly support vision, the B segment in the statement.
Great, thank you very much. Turn the chair over to Councillor Ferguson for just 1 second. And Chris, if you could put the next slide up, which I think explains the, maybe it was the previous one, that one, yeah. Which has really been the kind of the genesis of To Raise a Child in the first place, which was really the all-inclusive approach. And so I fully support what Councillor Jackson and the Seniors Committee is putting forward, because it does make it then explicit, even though that was the design, that it cover the full spectrum, that it now makes it explicit in a single sentence, the kind of the full spectrum, which I think is brilliant. So, I mean, but it was always the best place to raise a child was always to look after the full spectrum of individuals in our community, from cradle to grave. I think it may have excluded some folks by virtue of that. So to make it a full spectrum kind of statement now in a very simple sentence, making both aspects of this need to be successful both on the aging front as well as on the child rearing front, I think is fully supportable. Even though it hasn't been part of the engagement process, I think that vision story has been. And I think people understand that it was always intended to be all-inclusive, all people, all aspects of life, no matter what stage you are in. So I think we just make it explicit. So I think we have no concern in terms of going back to the community and saying we're just clarifying what you've already believed to be the kind of the central theme of the vision. So I'm fully supportive. Thank you for bringing it forward, and I'm going to take the chair back.
I have no new speakers.
No new speakers. So on that item, unless there's any other additional comments, I'm going to turn to Councillor Jackson for a motion, if just on this separate item. Councillor Pearson, yeah. Just on this, yeah. So, Councillor Jackson, why don't you move the motion?
Mr. Mayor, thank you for your comments. Thank you, Councillor Skelly, and thank you, Councillor Green, for your complimentary words as well, and supportive words. So, Mr. Mayor, I will move that we adopt B, seconded by Ward 3 Councillor Matt Green.
Thank you very much. Any other comments on that? If not, all in favor? Any opposed? Hearing none. That was unanimous. Again, thank you. Yes, we do.
Yeah, 9.
We got 9, yeah. Yeah. You are really here, Councillor Ferguson, honest. Mr. Murray, on another
point on this report, Mr. Mayor.
Okay.
And it's only housekeeping, and only because I don't know if I missed something, but if you go to the report in the agenda, on the second page and the pages following, it says Security Master Plan.
Yes.
So is that an error? I just want to be sure for our records going forward that
You, Mr. Mayor, I mean, I don't know how many eyes have looked at this report, and it was John Mader that caught it. And so absolutely the header is the wrong header, and we'll make that change. Yes, okay. So,
okay,
no, that's a...
Okay. You have a further presentation, I'm assuming? So.
Not on that.
What's that?
Not on the security. We use a template, and that was the template we used. It was just clearly an editorial, but good 2 people caught it because there was a lot of eyes that looked at it and didn't catch it. So if I can, just the mission, similar sort of situation, 63 respondents supported this mission statement. Not as much as 78%. The next closest, which would have been 19% of the respondents, we provide high quality public services that build trust and confidence. Now, Again, this statement that you have here is very much what was in our last strategic plan. The only thing that was added that is a slight addition was to provide, and the word high quality public services. That's the only thing that is different from the last one. But, you know, the point here is that we were trying to get a mission that was a little bit more succinct and pithy, but when we went out to people and we presented this mission, they liked this mission is what we're hearing. So 63% think that to provide high quality public services that contribute to a healthy, safe, prosperous community in a sustainable manner, you know, the vast majority think that this well states our mission. So essentially it's what we had in our previous strategic plan, with the exception of the word high, because it's funny whenever we talk about quality something, you should have a qualifier, you know, to say when it's like, you know, I provide a quality service. Well, that could be a poor or low quality service or a high quality service. So our aspiration here is clear, to provide high quality public services that contribute and so on. So that's what we have, and similar to what we just did with the vision, I'd be interested in what this group's feeling is about this particular mission. It was vetted similarly as the vision was, and this is where most people seem to feel that this is a worthwhile mission for this organization.
Okay, thank you. So on that then, any comments or questions? If folks are wanting to move it, then we could certainly move that and advance that. So if you want to do that, moved by Councillor swimmingly.
This approved by Council March 30th, and I did provide feedback to our senior managementers on this. There's a lot of enthusiasm around the culture pillars, as you well know. This is something we've been working on. So you've already approved this, so I'm not really seeking any more endorsement of it. I know Councillor.
On this then, we'll go bit by bit. Yeah. Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Your premonition was correct, Chris. I know that that cost conscious is an important attribute that council ultimately directed staff to put it in as a value. I was disappointed that staff took it out again this time. Further down the organization, but when you're spending $1.8 billion, I think it needs to be a sixth item, which also has cost consciousness. So at the appropriate time, Mr. Mayor, I'm going to test the will of council again on how committed we are to making sure that we spend money wisely around here and spend taxpayers' money wisely. I think for the most part, council does that, but we need to.
Okay, I'm not hearing any further comments, so okay, then we do, so I'll come back to you. Councillor Jackson.
Mr. Mayor, based on what Councillor Ferguson has said, he accommodated it, and so applied implicitly throughout the mission, vision, objectives, the principles we live by. I mean, I don't want to argue over semantics. I do get what I just did with Councillor Green and with the support of this body. Absolutely crystal clear. I'm just sensing a little bit of a disconnect. Bureaucrats are saying this, Councillor Ferguson's saying that. We had it in before. Are we arguing over semantics, or is it implied throughout the principles, objectives, etc.? Mr. Mayor.
Through Mr. Mayor, I mean, I think similar to what we said last time, I mean, you know, I breathe in, I breathe out. I think every day about money. In fact, we're a $2 billion a year organization, and there's nothing that we do that doesn't, at the end of the day, you know, arrive at or end at what does it cost, and are we getting value for money? So, I mean, that is built into everything we do. So it is fundamental to the pillars. It's always understood by not just senior management, I would say, and we'll continue to drive it through the organization, which is why you hear me talk about continuous improvement, performance measurement all the time, because at the end of the day, continuous improvement is being driven for a reason. We want to make better use of the money that we have. You know, that's our, call it our ethic, call it our reason for being. So I think, you know, I think it is implied, it is understood, and more than that, it is what we do. As I said last time, the last term of council, we were second lowest in the province. And that is as a result of the steadfast determination of council saying we need low taxes and the staff being able to come back with an answer to that. It's no different this term. We just had last year's or this year's budget. We came in at 1.7. So, I think we demonstrate that every day. And those are my views.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Thanks, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Green.
Thank you very much. I remember this conversation as well, and I remember distinctly in the way that these corporate pillars, I know I have a laminated big poster that in the corporate pillars, and I don't know if it's in empowered employees or steadfast integrity, somewhere in there is the cost consciousness. Yeah. And so it feels like it's a redundant, dilatory addition. Where is that? Which one of those pillars is it? And if it could be illustrated very clearly, we can recap what the conversation that we had when we passed this.
So it doesn't really fit in just one. It, in fact, is peppered across them. Everyone around this table knows is critical as representatives of our taxpayers. There will be a communication strategy for this entire thing, of which there'll be documents no different than our future Hamilton, which will spell out what these things really mean at the end of the day. So in terms of, as you saw in the previous presentation, there is specific meaning given to each one of these pillars. And so we will include in that documentation and our communication that, cost consciousness is, as I say, one of those things that we breathe in and out on. And so it's not just part of one pillar. In fact, it permeates many of them. So we are happy to make sure that people at the city know that, what we do, we aim to do it better. We aim to make sure there's value for money and that it is not lost in any of the communication that we do on this topic.
It's, I seem to remember, despite that and I appreciate that you don't have it here in front of you, but if you could, when you report back, show that it is actually in the language. Yeah,
no, we'll do that.
And that's what we wanted to be clear about, because when we passed this on March 30th, we had this conversation already, and then we passed it. And so now we're going to go back to the conversation, and I don't know. I thought that we'd already kind of crossed that bridge, but I'm certainly happy to hear the comments around the table.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pearson.
Well, thank you, and I appreciate all the comments around table. I like this, Chris. I know what you're saying. So I'm just going to throw this out as a suggestion, because I look at the 5. That's we're trying to keep it simple. And I'm looking at that opportunity. If you look at it, say at the end we have the last one says engaged, empowered employees. If we go to the second to last column, it says sensational service. Add sensational cost-conscious service. Staff look at that. Does that cover it off? I think that sends the message. I know we have the pillars, but whether it's in there, I'm just throwing that out. It just keeps it on 5 bullets. I think that's what we wanted to try and do, and it really covered all across the whole spectrum.
Mr. Mayor. Sensational, cost-effective service.
So I am in your hands. This is as much as that we're bringing the information to you. Does the world stop rotating in the direction if we make no? It doesn't. So, at the end of the day, our organization has committed these things to memory. If I was to go to our organization right now and ask them anything about the major documents we have, I could go to most fields, I could go to most offices and say, tell me something about the culture, and chances are that they will be able to tell me all 5, okay, as written. Now, to say, and this is council's point, that sensational cost-effective service is something that we want to make sure that that's ingrained in everyone. I don't really think that it's going to be we've given up. I don't think you'll get that reaction.
All right, Councillor Pearson.
I'll throw that out there then. I'll make that suggestion that we, 4th bullet says sensational cost-conscious service. I'll put that on the floor if there's a seconder.
Well, we're not there yet, so I'll come back to you on that. I have Councillor Skelly and then myself. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you, through the chair. I also recognize or perhaps have noticed that is absent from the pillars, and I believe it is important, and I support Councillor Ferguson's recommendation that we include some sort of reference to being very respectful of the taxpayers' we're here, we're representing them. We have an almost multi-billion-dollar annual budget, and I think that we have to remind employees and perhaps remind our residents that we take this seriously and that we do respect their hard-earned tax dollars. So I would like to have that included as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn the chair over to Councillor Farr. So I'm with those that want to keep this simple, and it is implied. We are cost effective. It's cost conscious all the time. So there's various ways that we can deal with it. And so and I don't want to muddy the waters here, because we can go back to our mission statement, in which we say sustainable, that we provide high-quality public services that contribute to a healthy, safe, and prosperous community in a sustainable manner. We could add to that, in fact, a cost-effective, sustainable manner. It doesn't distract from the mission. It implicitly says in our mission that that's our mission, to be cost-effective. Rather than, I think it really is important to keep the pillars simple. So, because we could add other pillars. We could add respect for our staff as a pillar. We could add, a whole range of them that talk about issues that come up that are important to this municipality. But I think it's critically important, as you pointed out, that we have our staff remember those pillars, our cultural pillars, and be able to state them and not make them too convoluted, too broad, and too complicated. So I would suggest, if we want to go back to our mission statement, that we could add in a cost-effective and sustainable manner at the end of that. I think it says exactly what Councillor Ferguson wants to have stated somewhere in the documentation, rather than having to change the pillars. So that it's worthy to identify directly. If it is implied in everything we do, I mean, there's just no question that cost-effectiveness and cost-consciousness is critical to what we do day in and day out. But having it mentioned somewhere is not a bad thing. I just don't want to have it convolute the pillars that are, I think, simplistic and need to be. And the more we add, the more we kind of detract from that opportunity. So, Mr. Chair, I'm going to take the chair back on this issue. I want to go back to, so Councillor Ferguson.
Yeah, thank you.
Number of suggestions. So
yeah, a number of suggestions, and I'm going to try to find a compromise here. It just drives me nuts, though. We all say it's implied. Why don't we want to say it? Why is everybody fighting us on that? And it makes me very, very uncomfortable. But in order to get a compromise, I'll go with what Councillor Pearson suggested, which the cost-conscious service. That out as a motion.
Okay, so that's moved by yourself. You made that a motion.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, whatever. Whoever. Moved by yourself, second. You guys sort it out. Comments on that motion? Anyone? Councillor Skelly. Yep.
Thank you. I still think a lot of these things are implied through the chair. Sensational service. I would hope that that's implied in our culture at City Hall. I think it's imperative that we have a separate pillar. I think that more than ever, more than anything, being respectful of the tax dollar is worthy of its own, is worthy of us embracing it and treating it as a separate pillar, if you will. So I would prefer that we really elevate the status and the importance of that and give it the recognition I believe that it deserves.
Okay, so we have a motion in front of us, moved by one or the other of Pearson and Ferguson, or jointly. The motion is there. On that motion, Councillor Green.
Yeah, I just think it's great here. I got, item 10.1, my notice of motion. I'm hoping that everybody keeps their cost consciousness and their fiduciary minded when that notice comes to council. Thank you.
So on this motion, and this motion only, any other comments? If not, all in favor? Carried. I want to indicate with a show of hands so we're all clear. All in favor? And those opposed? Councillor Johnson, are you one way or the other? Okay, but not to put you on the spot, but then the motion that was just put forward was that we add sensational cost-conscious service to one of the pillars. Are you in favor of that? Thank you very much. So all accounted for, Stephanie?
I just show Councillor Green as being appropriate.
Okay, that's fine. Thank you. Councillor Green, anything to add beyond that? Okay, thank you. Councillor Farr, turn the chair back over to you, and Mr. Murray is on his presentation.
So last time we met, we did agree that we are going to use the good advice we got from the visioning exercise, and so the 6 priorities that you see here, or what would be our focus, is as you see around this circle, and I'm going to get into the specifics of this. Now, there is a 7th that relates to us as the administration. Those are frontline workers in our leadership group. We are integral, as are you, to this how we deliver on these priorities and this expectation of our community. So I want to get into what we mean by this in more particular fashion.
And before you do that, Chris, if you don't mind,
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, I understand where Councillor Green was going, and I actually have a note after a conversation here with Lisa. The our culture portion was already approved in this term of council. So if you wish to amend it, I think you would have to do an amending motion at council, and if it doesn't carry, or a reconsideration, it's actually already been approved.
can we just call that a reconsideration motion on that particular piece?
No.
What was the wording of your motion?
You would actually have, you could do an amendment, I believe, because you're adding something to it, but it would have to be done at council rather than here, because that portion, although it was included in today's report, when we got to the report, I was going to be asking on behalf of staff to remove the our culture. It was approved already.
Okay, and on one of the movers, Ferguson?
Yeah, just on that, through you two steps, not approve the strategic plan.
No, through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, you have approved the culture portion of the strategic plan, the culture portion only, and that did go through council. It shouldn't have been in this particular resolution. The our culture portion should not be before you today. However, it was included in this. The our culture portion was approved, so you would need an amending motion, which I could prepare for the GIC report for council according to what's before us here, but it would need to be done at council. I know it's confusing because it's in here today. I'll confirm the 2/3. I just, whether or not it's a reconsideration or just an amendment, I think it's okay probably just to go in with an amendment, but I just want to double check it. But either way, it still has to be done at council.
Okay, clearly 2/3 supported it today, but...
Thank you. Carry on, Chris.
Okay, so as I point out, what you see in front of you is a direct extraction from our visioning work that was that had over 50,000 people provide input. So these are the 6 themes. There's a 7th theme which relates to our people and performance. We are obviously integral to the delivery of on all these 6 themes, and so with that, I want to just go through each one individually, just so as you're clear on not just the theme, but the outcome that we're trying to achieve for each theme. And by that, I'll start with community engagement and participation. The outcome is, as you see, Hamilton has an open, transparent, and accessible approach to city government that engages with and empowers all citizens to be involved in their community. These statements that I'm going to read, these outcome statements, are based on the signs of success that were part of the report that you approved in February for the Our Future Hamilton. So we're taking the very good work that was done as part of that process, and we're saying that when we talk about community engagement and participation, the outcome that we see is important to achieving that particular focus or that priority is that Hamilton has an open, transparent, accessible approach to city government that engages with and empowers all citizens to be involved. So that's the outcome that we're working towards. Now, in terms of how we achieve that, you know, there will be a strategy, there will be actions, and there'll be measures that we're going to talk about when we come to you in September. But at this point in time, you know, this is the general direction that we feel we need to go in. And if I can, I'm just going to go through all 7 together so that you get a sense of not just what the topic is, but what the outcome we're talking about. Economic prosperity and growth, the 2nd theme that came through the visioning work and that you've directed us to consider as part of the strat plan. And in this particular case, the outcome is Hamilton has a prosperous and diverse local economy where all people have opportunities to grow and develop. The next one, healthy and safe communities. Hamilton is a safe and supportive city where people are active, healthy, and have a high quality of life. Clean and green. Hamilton is environmentally sustainable with a healthy balance of natural and urban spaces. Built environment and infrastructure. Hamilton is supported by state-of-the-art infrastructure, transportation options, buildings, and public spaces that create a dynamic city. Culture and diversity. Hamilton is a thriving, vibrant place for arts, culture, and heritage where diversity and inclusivity are embraced and celebrated. And then our people and performance. Hamiltonians have a high level of trust and confidence in their city government. So those are the themes. Those are the outcomes we wish to achieve. And so with that,
I have Councillor Green and then myself. And is that a picture of Councillor Johnson in the middle?
that is okay.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I know, Chris, on slide number 2, and in speaking with both Jerry and Lisa, we spoke very clearly about how we tie, these pillars into actual outcomes. And you alluded to that, but I'm looking at the first one where you're talking about transparency. So is the understanding now that all departments through this lens will come back with these different items kind of front and center? So when presentations are brought here, when issues come up, we talk about open data, we talk about open gov, we talk about how we keep our records and how we share our records and all that information. Now, approving this here today, this is now not just a policy or a thought or a platform piece. It's now going to be part of our corporate culture.
Yeah, so through you, Chairman, that's a great point, because you will see when we kick off the budget, for example, where we've got these 7 themes now, we are going to, each one of us on SMT will take one of these themes and we're going to list off all the work that we see unfolding in the budget year that will help us achieve what is specifically mentioned in this outcome. So absolutely. I mean, now this is where, as you would say, the rubber does hit the road. As I said earlier, it's really in the budgets that people see whether or not you're serious about achieving a particular outcome. And so that will be part of our budget process, so that you'll know very clearly when we talk about community engagement and participation and this particular outcome, you're going to be clear on the strategies we're deploying, the specific actions that we're going to be taking, and how we're going to measure whether or not we're achieving this particular outcome. So, and you will see that that's not from a department, that's from the organization.
Right.
Because many of these focuses that you see here are not solely the responsibility of one department. They're actually the responsibility of the entire administration. And so we will, for example, I mean, you could look at clean and green and you would expect it coming principally from public works. But there's actually going to be some things in there that I'm sure public health will want to contribute and others will want to contribute, so that you'll get, it's interesting, earlier today we had one city talk. We're talking about we're one administration delivering on 7 themes with 7 specific outcomes. So when we come up and talk as SMT, it won't be Joanne or Mike as the head of a particular department. They're going to be speaking from our table, the senior management table, on these themes and with these outcomes, and talking specifically about strategies, actions, and measures that we are going to deploy in order to get us to where we want to be in terms of this strategic plan. So, and I'll add, if I can, just the final point is that I think the last strategic plan, where it had so many specific actions, when our organization, when our staff read it, they went through all the actions, and a lot of them felt, well, wait a minute, I don't see myself specifically in this. So some of the work that they do, or a lot of the work, was going to help us on a prosperity front, or was going to help us on some particular front that was important in the last strat plan. This time around, more people are going to see how their work contributes to these particular focuses, these particular outcomes. And so I think you want to engage and empower an organization, make sure that they have a direct line of sight to what our vision says, but in particular have a direct understanding of how what they do contributes to these particular priorities, and how what their work helps us with the strategy and the action, so that they feel a part of it, not, oh, I didn't make the cut as kind of the last strat plan, I think, left them feeling.
And through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to Chris, you'll remember that during the budget time I was talking about the Six Sigma continuous improvement, and I think it was Cory Booker where he was talking about religion, but for this example, we use the organization. Don't tell me about your organization or don't tell me about your culture. Show me. And I think that I'm hopeful that under your leadership, these departments will have a full and clear understanding on what the direction of this corporation is. On the built environment and infrastructure, you heard here earlier today, Dave coming in from Innovation Factory. I had mentioned the Initech presentation that I'm sure you're well aware of. 2018, we could be digitally high-speed infrastructure, and I know there was a conversation whether that's public or private, but given this emerging economy, this fourth industrial revolution that people are talking about, state-of-the-art infrastructure, I to assume that state-of-the-art infrastructure would include digital infrastructure. I'm not here to wordsmith, and I won't ask for an amendment or any type of reconsideration, but is it safe to assume that state-of-the-art infrastructure is inclusive of digital infrastructure?
It's definitely envisioned within the statement. There's no question. And in fact, there's going to be, just before we end this presentation, a short 4-minute clip from the CBC that speaks to, the importance of technology and having, modern infrastructure to deliver on your economic goals and your service delivery needs and everything else. So it absolutely, in short, is yes, an emphatic yes. And because if we continue to not make the strategic investments, we're going to just fall behind.
I got to say, I think that this is, certainly, Mr. Deputy Mayor, there's no perfect engagement process in terms of size and scope of what it is you guys undertook to do, time constraints and so on and so forth. I know that there's still lots of areas for us to improve in that space, but I am happy and I have a confidence in the process that was undertook, that the time of the people who were there are now being included in the strategic plan. It would have been for me, Mr. Deputy Mayor, very disingenuous for us to embark on this, go out with the 52,000 contacts, have it come here and be presented and then be shelved somewhere, received or what have you and so forth. So to see it as a driving document, is that right? Is it fair to say, Mr. Deputy Mayor, through you to Chris, that these themes taken out of our future Hamilton are helping to drive our strategic plan?
Short answer is yes.
Perfect. I'm satisfied with that, satisfied that we're including digital infrastructure, satisfied that we're including transparency and open government as a cultural theme and as the future of our city. So thank you very much to you, Chris, and to all your staff and the thousands of residents primarily who put this together.
50,000 plus, right? So Councillor Whitehead is next.
Thank you. What I've noticed so far, and I went through the slide presentation that is concerning to me, is the lack of, the City of Hamilton has built, there's a number of cogs in that wheel, geographic cogs. And it's pretty clear, and we're hearing it probably more clear today than we've heard it in the past years, that the city has to be, at the very least, perceived in treating all those geographic areas with fairness and equity. A commitment and an assurance that that is, in fact, an overarching issue that no community is going to be left behind. How do we entrench that that's not currently being presented here today?
Through you, Mr. Chairman, I don't think anything that we've said here in any way, shape, or form focuses on one part of the city and not the other. I think, I think from the vision work and the themes that came from that vision work to every word that you see in this presentation, we're not pitting one against the other. In fact, we're trying to, as the earlier presentation, one city. It's one city. It has one. I mean, we're going to celebrate the diversity of this city. I mean, just if you use this graphic alone, economic prosperity and growth. I mean, there's a reason why you see the rural, you see the suburban, you see our industrial parks, you see the owner-operator, you see that connection to the interregional economy. It's the whole picture. So, I mean, that is, again, that is an underpinning to all of this.
But there's a value statement, and I think it's important to, and certainly for this community, to reinforce that that there's a commitment that no region of this city will be left behind, or, I mean, how you make that statement, I understand we're one city. But it's one city, you're one city, and act like you're one city. And it's obvious with the discussions takes, there's not a lot of people feeling that we're like one city anymore. So I would hope that we would build in a very strong message that we, you know, as part of our strategic plan, that raises that and they can always go back to and say that, you know, the city, that this is a city commitment. I understand that this is all generic, it is about one city, but I'd like to go one step further and be stronger in the language in respect to, you know, the city is made up of many different communities, and there's and provide hope and commitment that each of those communities are part of the strength of this community, that the commitment and dedication of resources and investment and so forth is equally important to all areas of this region. I'm having trouble capturing that kind of very strong messaging in this presentation. So I'm just going to suggest that we at least consider that. I think strengthening and being able to say it can only be received positively from all areas of the city. And we've got to make sure that we're building consensus with the broader community and not one geographic area of the city.
So through you, Chairman, I think on that last point is really the important comment here, is that in terms of our consultation, when we go back to the community with this 10-year strategy, I think that consultation has got to be, you know, there's got to be more than adequate attention paid to all parts of this community, so that each person that sees the strategy will see in it them. So whether it's rural, suburban, or urban, whatever the case may be, what I think you're saying is that the words are important, but you know how people internalize them and feel that they are their words, not one part of the city's words, and another is excluded. So I think in our engagement that we will do around this strategy in the coming months and years, you know, we'll make sure that everyone feels that they're part of this and that there isn't a pitting of one against the other. So I think in general that's how we work, but I think that's a good set of comments, I think, in terms to inform our consultation.
What a song. Sung to the tune of "This land is our land, but we Hamiltonize it." Too corny? Oh, you still have the floor, Councillor White.
So I respect that, but I think sometimes when you put that messaging into the practice, so it's not just the practice, because I'm sure that is the practice, but you reinforce it through the messaging.
We'll do that.
Then it sends a stronger message and a comfort level to the broader community, and words do count. That's why you're doing this, and that's why I think somehow the words need to be captured. That we're only strong as our the weakest. I don't want to use weakest link because it's not about weakest link, but we're only strong. So meaning that we're all together in some strong messaging in regards to the community, that we understand our strength is when we're all strong, and I don't think that is captured here.
We will, as we communicate this moving forward, I'll make sure that it's understood in that way.
Councillor, and I think you're wrapping up now.
Just wrapping up. So just I thought interesting that, you know, one of our own years ago made the comment, the best preparation for tomorrow is to do today's work superbly well. That's a good message for our organization in terms of everyone every day that goes out, whether you're frontline or in leadership positions, is that, you know, as well as we do our jobs today, it pays benefits and dividends to those that aren't here now and will be here in the generations to come. And it really kind of, I think, underscores the importance of getting the strat plan right and having the right focuses and staff being empowered to go and do a great job with it. So with that, I'm just going to show you something here, which I think is, it came actually from one email I received from a member of staff about input on vision and mission. And he was saying, I understand the strategic plan. I don't disagree with it in terms of what it says and where it's going. But, you know, help me understand, you know, our taxes have been kept low for a long period of time, and he had a certain insight on services, like why our services aren't broadening much more. Why aren't we, I'm having a hard time understanding what's the underlying motivation that causes us to approve budgets, to the level that they're approved, to provide services that we provide. And so out of that commentary that I got from this one individual, it's the reminder. These are great words. We're going to go work on them. But there's a fundamental underpinning that shapes what we're going to do and not do. And so if you think about the challenges we faced, and we talked about a bit of that already, we have a $3 billion infrastructure deficit that we are chipping away at, and you every year add a little bit more to the capital program that allows us to tackle more and more of our work. But nonetheless, we still have a $3 billion infrastructure deficit. We have an aging population. Right now, about 4.7% of our population 80 and over. That is going to double in the next 15 years. So 80 and over is going to go up to almost 8 to 9% in the next 15 years, which means they consume, as we do in the beginning of our life, in the later years of our life, we consume more services, especially health services. This is a challenge. We already talked about the 88% reliant on residential tax base and what we got to do more around the non-res. And you heard from Mike about the sharing and the clicking economy, and how are we going to somehow deal with that? These affect our revenues. 6% live or at or below the poverty line. That is one of the challenges, and many of those are children living in poverty, which is an issue. Climate change, I don't need to talk about. I think people know from an air quality, water, all the perspectives. We have stormwater issues. We have a whole range of things that we need to, as a municipality, take serious, and we have a plan for. Our service and demand is really about people who don't vote, that next generation. Right now, almost 50% of our economy is precarious, meaning jobs in this economy are starting to hit the tipping point where more jobs are going to be contracts with very little benefits and pensions than what we have right now. That is a direction. So my kids, my daughter who's 18 is going to go to university, is going to graduate, probably have some debt, probably going to walk into a very expensive housing market in Southern Ontario, is going to inherit some of the infrastructure deficit, likely is not going to get a full-time job. So all of these things are the challenges that kind of impact what strategic investments we're going to make in order to achieve these 7 focuses. Now, it's not all bad. We have one of the most diverse economies in the country. Conference Board of Canada has told us that, so we're not heavily relying on one thing, which is good. We have an active population employment growth. In other words, in the next 20 years, the population employment that the province sees happening here in Hamilton is going to grow by a fairly significant percentage, almost 50%, which is good. It's not like Buffalo that was flatlined and Detroit that was actually declining. They're projecting growth for us, which is a positive thing. We're part of a very large economic region. Unlike, say, Pittsburgh and places like that, which basically had to rely on the federal government to help bail them out, we're actually part of a large regional economy, which I think is a positive thing, and strengthened by interregional GO investments and so on. We have strong institutions, which I talked about before, and yes, from a marketplace standpoint, we are experiencing a renaissance. So this is a contextual piece only, is to say that, yes, we have themes that we're focusing on, but the work that we're going to bring you to approve through the budget is going to take into consideration this context. Hence the reason why we have to manage taxes carefully, deliver services well, and make strategic investments. So I think that's an important consideration. It's really kind of the meat in the sandwich. So recommendations, I think you've done it. Vision statement. Mission statement has been approved. The priorities that we just listed, they need to be approved. So the priorities, including the desired outcomes, hopefully when you take the report and pass your final motions on it, you will support all of that. And with that, here's our next steps. We'll communicate to all staff in the community about our new strat plan if we get approval for it. Engage all staff in understanding the role they play in achieving the plan. Develop a performance measurement program, report back to GIC in September, align our work through multi-year budgeting and the annual budget process, as I mentioned. So those are the next steps. And if I can, I've got one video, which Lisa is the only one that seems to know how to make it work. BC, and it just gives you a sense of what some other cities in North America are doing as part of the way that they perform, in the way that they use IT, the way they use data, the way that they operate their city. So hopefully this works.
On the streets of Boston, an answer to the question that's perplexed big cities, how to make engaged citizens. And they found it right here in a pothole. Boston has 311, like a lot of cities, a hotline, online, and an app. See a pothole, take a picture, make a note, press enter, and...
the next morning or that same day, depending on the time.
That quickly?
Oh, yeah.
But for 311 users, speed isn't the best part. It's what Clarence Perkins does next, uploading a photo of the crew filling the pothole.
Okay. You're going to go right to work completed. You put in description, pothole repaired.
Alerting the person who reported it in the first place. And it just so happens the next citizen-reported pothole is right in front of the boss. It's right there.
Oh, yeah,
right in front of City Hall.
Yeah.
Marty Walsh is the mayor of Boston, a North American leader in the use of data to help govern.
We measure things from potholes to permitting to veterans office visits to library usages, everything you can imagine we have under the dashboard.
And they do it with a growing network of cheap sensors, a cell phone that measures cars' vibration to pinpoint potholes, street-side solar-powered garbage compactors that signal when they're full, reducing the need to dispatch garbage collectors as often. Even traffic flow sensors to exactly gear traffic light patterns. For urban planners, connecting the data and citizens is key to the future.
Data really allows us to transform behavior. Data means we know more about the city, so we can plan it better. Longer term, there's an accident here, and then we can actually make sure that the traffic goes another route.
And all that data pops up on the screen in Boston's mayor's office.
Request could mean anything from just a general request that people might call in, but we also have missed trash, recycling, bulk items, general light repair. So we kind of track to see where the calls are coming in. So for example, I'm here watching this, and if I see something that jumps out at me, I can make a phone call down upstairs actually to 311.
So when you're sitting at this desk, all that data makes long-term decisions easier and fact-based. It's also available to anyone to see. A city score, they call it, listing weekly changes in violent crime, energy consumption, even Wi-Fi availability.
When it's in the red, there's some concern. If you look at all that, we've exceeded, meaning that we're doing better in all those different areas.
Better than
years before, weeks before, months before, and we're exceeding expectations. So our score is off the chart.
What's that score mean to you?
That score means that we have people out doing their job.
Back on the street, Clarence knows it, knows everyone can see what he's doing. What's it mean that you know the mayor, you can see?
Oh, it means a lot. It means a lot. He knows that we're out there taking care of the community.
Yeah.
Yes.
And if you're not, will you hear about it?
I'm sure you will.
Calgary is also seen as a data leader, enough to get its mayor a speaking invitation at an MIT conference just across the river from Boston.
What the folks in Boston have just learned, which is very cool, that what is even more important than the picture of the pothole being filled is the picture of Jennifer, the roads worker, filling the pothole. And when they see that it has responded to their concern and is doing real work to make it better, that is actually the primary motivator for people to want to do more good acts of citizenship.
And that's exactly what Boston and other cities hope for, moving from potholes to participation. David Coleman, CBC News, Boston.
Well, I mean, that's the point. And quite honestly, I think there's a number of things that are takeaways here. You saw the front line and how they respond to positive information and even negative information and what it causes them to do differently. So, I mean, and you get a sense of where technology is going municipally. And I say all this, and I know there's some people that probably think that, well, we're so many, years behind or whatever like that. Forget, we're the same that is a world leader in asset management. There are so many other things that we do that others look at us as saying, so this is just an example of how cities are starting to work, how their strategy to inform their service delivery, and just how you can see how the front line, which is really, where our biggest investment is occurring, how they feel proud to be part of something that is very well measured and the outcomes are positive. So just an example, I don't really think that this is, light years away from us or anything like that. This is well within our grasp, and I think it's good for you as elected officials, good for our citizens, but I think an even better for our organization to know that we're on the right track, making the right investments, doing the job well. So with that, I think if I can, I'm there. So thank you.
Okay, we've got a few speakers. Councillor Green.
Deputy Mayor, who is on the speakers list after me?
Councillor Marula, and that's it.
I'm going to go ahead and defer to my more learned and certainly epic motion mover, motion a minute man, Councillor Sam Marula.
Thank you, Councillor Green. Mr. Deputy Mayor, and the reason why I'd like to speak, and I showed Councillor Green back on November of 2004, I brought forward a motion with respect to a 311 system in Hamilton. At that time, Chief Jim Kay took on the responsibility of reporting back to council and recommended against it. I could only imagine how far further ahead we would have been today had we implemented it, but just to read what I believe it was Kevin Warner's article back in 2004, Fire Chief Jim Kay is studying whether or not Hamilton is ready for a 311 phone system. Hamilton Councillor Sam Marula asked staff to investigate if the 311 system could relieve the pressure off the city's 911 system. The 311 system, popular in municipalities in the United States, intended to improve non-emergency municipal services such as fixing potholes or replacing a street light. After amalgamation, the city established the 546 city number and a call center to improve resident access. One of the stumbling blocks is the cost. So I guess it was recommended, it was not recommended due to whatever cost would have been, we would have been subjected to at that time. Having said that, I'd like to move that we rehash that motion. So move by myself, second by Councillor Green, that the city manager review implementing a 311 system. Better late than never, I guess.
Let's bring it to bear when we get to the motion section. We're light on quorum.
Sure.
If you're fine with that. And can we make it a motion, Steph, please, because it is relevant to presentation?
Through Mr. Deputy Mayor, yes, you can make it a motion, and it was several terms back, so no reconsideration is required at all. The only reason the other one was because it was in.
Okay.
Or Mr. Deputy Mayor, you could call for a half-hour break and let everybody go to the bathroom. Also,
I'm more inclined to say 15 minutes because 15 minutes generally turns into a half an hour. But we can recess. Does anybody else have any questions for our? So we can't receive you just yet. Chris, sorry, did you have staff? Lisa, you sure? Okay. So thank you very much, Chris. This is great work. It's obviously not just done in a silo out of your office. There's a ton of people that you've been working closely with to get us to this point, and this point is item 8.4, which we can assure you will be.
If I can just, I obviously have to thank Jerry and Lisa and Andrea, who are kind of at the epicenter of this, and all the good work that they've done with staff to get us to this point. So thanks very much.
And thank you to Councillor Marula for keeping a file of all the motions he's ever moved.
I'll be first-time speaker when we resume.
Everybody good with 15 minutes? Sounds good. Thank you.
That makes more sense, eh?
Okay, we're just at quorum now. Thank you for the good suggestion. We had a solid break for not only you and your colleagues, Councillor Jackson, but also staff, quite obviously. So we have quorum. Move to receive the presentation, Councillor Pearson and Councillor Connolly. That was Chris's presentation. So all in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. Item 8.4, would like to move the recommendations. Yeah, that's following this. It is following the approval of 8.4, and then we'll get to Councillor Marula's motion.
Deputy Mayor, we're actually still trying to find Councillor Marula's motion.
Right, that's in the sub basement, far corner.
We're working on
You
that,
gotta
yes.
dust away the webs.
So right now what we're looking for is just a motion on the report
Okay.
as amended, please.
Mr. Chairman.
As amended.
Sure, please.
What I'm willing to do is serve it as a notice today, and then perhaps we'll have some time between now and council
Sure.
to nail down exactly what that motion was, and then add to it as a result of the incorporate into it. If I can just serve it as a notice, then that'll be great.
To update the motion for the times, as it were. Okay, perfect. That sounds like a great idea.
Seconded by
So
Councillor Green.
8.4 then is on the floor, and that's the recommendations regarding our strategic plan. Who would like to move that? As amended, Councillor Green, seconded by Councillor Jackson. All in favor? Any opposed? The strat plan passes unanimously. And we moved 8.1, we moved 8.2, we moved 8.3, and we just moved 8.4, so we're on to the ward boundary review. And I believe we have, you want to move it? Councillor Pearson, it's an update. Any seconder? Councillor Connolly, all in favor? Questions on 8.5, our ward boundary review update?
Yeah, I'd like to update a verbal update for those that are watching at home as to where we're at with that. I know there's a lot of people, constituents very interested in the equity of our democratic process.
So Tony, and you have some friends to introduce, I'm sure.
Yes, I certainly do. Through you, Mr. Chair, we have Eric Carvinen here, we have Gary Scanlon here, and we have Dr. Bob Williams here from Watson & Associates, who are doing the review on behalf of the city. So they'll proceed to the podium and answer any of your questions at this time.
So Councillor Green, we have the consultants, if that's fine.
Yeah,
Unless were your questions for also staff or?
No, I'm looking for their high-level verbal update for the people that are viewing at home. We have the privilege of the reports here present, but for staff, for the viewers and or media present who might be interested in democratic reform being very topical today, both at the federal and provincial levels.
Mr. Scanlon, is it?
It's Eric Carvinen with Watson & Associates.
Oh, sorry, Eric. Yeah. Carry on then.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon. I'm Eric Carvinen with Watson & Associates, joined by my colleague, Dr. Robert Williams. We're here representing the consulting team that was retained by the city to undertake Hamilton's ward boundary review study. We're about halfway through. Thought it was a timely opportunity to come to you here today to give you a status update on the project. Since we started the project back in the fall, we've gone through a number of phases of work, including background research, technical analysis, including population analysis and growth modeling, stakeholder consultation, and initial round of public consultation. We have a number of important steps and phases of work yet to complete before we wrap this up in the fall of this year. We have provided greater details on the work done to date and future phases of work that yet need to be done in the progress report that's been provided to you through the circulated agenda. An important next step in the project is an interim report, which will be released to the public later this month, which will present a number of preliminary alternative ward boundary options. These preliminary options will be taken to the public for their review and feedback through a series of open houses, which we are planning for later this month. With the feedback that we receive from the public, we will finalize the options and bring them back to you for your consideration later this year, likely in the fall. And of course, Dr. Williams and I are happy to take any questions you may have on the project status, work completed to date, and project next steps.
Of course, have that in Appendix A of what is before us. Councillor Green, you still have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And so, as the consultants, you're now bringing back information based on your engagement with the community. What are there, if any, legislative requirements regarding the Municipal Act tied to population?
Perhaps Dr. Williams can speak to that?
If I may speak to that, I think the simple answer is none. The legislation makes no reference whatsoever to criteria for the determination of municipal electoral boundaries.
No best practices, comparables. So what triggers this then? What allows us to go down this path if there's no recommendations and or direction from the Municipal Act?
If I may, Councillor, there is no legislative provision, but there are best practices. There are judgments from the Ontario Municipal Board and other occasionally judicial decisions which have been brought to bear on the terms of reference for this particular review, and those are the principles that we're following in designing some alternatives. But there are no specific requirements spelled out in legislation or in regulation. This is all based on experiences drawn from other municipalities in Ontario.
Mr. Fallis wants to give a hyper-local response, I'm sure.
Yeah, there is, as Bob has referred to, there is case law, and it revolves around the effective representation that came out of the City of Ottawa. So it doesn't specifically address population, and it doesn't in the Act, but effective representation is something the OMB would look at.
And is the ruling included, will be included in the final report? Because, I mean, it's been my understanding, Mr. Deputy Mayor, case law particular to OMB rulings and such, I mean, if it's not legislation now, then it becomes something that's certainly arguable at the upper levels there.
I can tell you that the cases that are relevant will be cited. We had not planned to include the whole of the case unless there's some compelling reason to do so. But the decisions that are relevant, and as Tony pointed out, City of Ottawa, there's another case involving Mississauga where effective representation was an important principle. Basically, the story is it's not just population numbers. There are other factors to take into account, and we will be keeping that in mind in the alternatives that are developed.
Okay, well, even though it's interesting when you go from none as your short answer to other options and what effective representation looks like in other municipalities, Ottawa and Mississauga. Obviously, there was an impetus to go and have this review. So I would ask that at this time through you to the consultants that when you cite those cases to do so in a very clear manner, parameters of what an effective representation looks like, both the above and the below parameters that you, I think, listed here on page 2. Population data, the whole section there on page 2. I guess it'd be page 3 of 8 of the appendix. So although it's not just, it's not the only parameter, it's certainly a parameter. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yep.
Yeah, certainly I know lots of people at home watching this with interest, trying to get a better understanding how, you know, there's some votes that count 3 times as much as other votes, and certainly be looking forward to having this process come back so we could talk about what our democratic deficit looks like here in the city.
Thank you, Councillor Green. And now let's go to the councillor of the ward that has a projected population in 2026 of 55,100. Councillor Whitehead, Ward 8.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I've already raised my concerns with the City Manager's office with this process in regards to a number of issues. It's almost like we're entering into this with, are you tired with, are you tired with this current configuration and needs to be fixed? An objective approach. So there's subjective and objective. I'm not clear the approach that our consultants are taking is objective, but I'm going to give you an example so that it's clear. On page 4, when, and I think there's some good questions asked with the previous speaker, there are guiding principles. representation by population is just one principle.
Correct.
Population and electoral trends, means and communications and accessibility, geography and topographical features, community or diversity of interest. Now, I got a problem because I read the Ottawa case in the OMB. I read the London case. You didn't cite the London case. And I'm trying to understand, when I look at the Planning Act and it lays out the principles, it says community of interest. Yet, that is what you say, community or diversity of interest. Help me understand, did the Planning Act change and that is the principle now, or is it still community of interest?
Back to me. These principles were established in the terms of reference for this particular study. We did not design them. The terminology reflects the fact that the city is diverse in its interests, and the subheading there, if you will, or the follow-on text, is basically directing us to keep in mind those parts of the city that have interests in common, and in a sense to keep those separate from interests that are different. So it's what's included and what's separated, if I can put it that way. These are not drawn from the Planning Act. These are principles designed to help deliver effective representation.
So help me understand then, when you cite the Ontario Municipal Board, they cite the principles in the Planning Act. We are going out now and citing terms of reference and principles that are not even consistent with what is going to be heard by the Ontario Municipal Board based on what is in the Planning Act. So help me understand why we would drift away from what the ultimate decision maker could be, being the Ontario Municipal Board, why we would drift away from those pretty clearly defined principles.
Any case heard by the Municipal Board in relation to ward boundaries in Hamilton would not fall under the Planning Act, it would fall under the Municipal Act. What a petitioner might want to bring to bear in a particular case, whether that was the London one, I'm not sure. If someone wants to bring those principles to bear, it's up to the board to determine whether to accept them or not. They are not carved in stone. They are part of a particular Planning Act per se was not part of the principles that we were given to use in this review.
Okay, so that's a question I need to ask our staff because, again, every case I've read cited the principles in the Planning Act or the Municipal Act. I think they're consistent when it comes to principles. So help me understand, are you suggesting then the Municipal Act has different principles?
The Municipal Act has no principles. In response to the original question from Councillor Green, the Municipal Act does not provide any principles to structure the form of representation in the municipality.
So thereby they fall back to the what is laid out as the principles in the Planning Act, and what we have here before us is not even consistent with that. So I want to highlight that. Because
wait a minute. Doctor, did you want to respond to that?
No, I'll leave that.
So I want to, the other question I have, and I raised this, and yet felt like it fell on deaf ears. That's the issue that currently we have a term called area rating. And we have a different tax level on transit, for example, in the outlying areas versus the former city of Hamilton. And clearly, I would suggest, respectfully, that that's a serious consideration in boundary review, because you can't optimize the shifting of wards and have a representative representing two different, they would be in conflict. They would be representing two different tax regimes within their own ward. So I'm looking for a response. Do you think that should not be or should be a serious consideration in this process?
Look like you're trying to get my attention.
Actually, I'm asking a specific question right now, Mr. Chair, and I'm not debating staff.
No problem.
I'm asking right now.
Who are you asking? Who? Maybe it'd be helpful if you. Is it the doctor again?
Well, I mean, I've raised.
Tony would like.
Let me just step in for a second here. the Planning Act doesn't address ward boundary reviews at all. But what I want to say is all these guiding principles is very similar to our cultural principles. There are underlying definitions and underlying pieces, I guess, that go with these. So we don't just look at these and determine this is all that we're going to go by is these 7. All other concerns are lumped somewhere in these 7, and we tried to make that clear from the beginning when we put these together, that don't lock yourselves into just what we have here. There are other things that are going to be looked at. As I say, I'm a little confused in the Planning Act one because it has no bearing from what we've seen. Yes, I've read the decisions of OMB and et cetera, but the Planning Act doesn't have a cause and effect on the ward boundary review.
So the reason I raised that, because if I remember and recall, and if I have to do cite and verse and bring it here so that I can remind my my colleagues and staff, the OMB makes reference to some of these very principles. And one of the principles they make reference to is the community of interest. We're calling it community of, or diversity of interest, which isn't consistent with what the OMB has identified as one of the principles. And I just want to make sure that we're aligning some degree, if this gets challenged, with the very types of things that the OMB has made reference to as part of their decision-making relative to past decisions. So I want to highlight that because I read very thoroughly that particular report. And I think there was London, and there was one other one I read. And they made references to those principles. They kept coming back somewhere in those presentations and came back and made reference to some of these principles. So what I see here before us is not a far stretch from those principles by any stretch of imagination. But certainly when I sit in the community and lay out those principles, it's not verbatim with those principles. So, and I don't know if that's going to cause or draw issues or problems, but certainly it concerns me that there seems to be an inconsistency on that front. But I did ask the question, I think you've now answered it in respect to the fact that I want to optimize at some point the boundaries. And at some point, it makes sense that we might be able to stretch those lines out to some of the current suburb areas. But what the clear impediment, in my humble opinion, is you cannot have a councillor representing 2 separate tax issues within the same ward, because you can't win on that.
To that question, and it's a good question, Doctor.
That is a form of diversity that would be taken into account.
And I want to comment also on, to make it clear that keeping the status quo is an option at the end of the day. So we're not coming in here saying that you have to replace what you have with something else. Ultimately, this is a democracy, and we are going to be generating some alternatives to consider and evaluating those options against the status quo, and ultimately it'll be up to the City of Hamilton through City Council to determine what is the best choice for the city moving forward. But keep in mind that it's been 15 years since the existing ward boundary structure was established and implemented. We feel it's an appropriate time to at least do that review. And yes, there are issues such as the ones you raise related to area rating that is going to have to be considered, but also keep in mind that the range of options that are going to be presented in the interim report later this month will be quite varied. And just to keep that in mind, that it may not be necessarily dramatic changes that may be considered. It might be a range of options, and ultimately it's important that the city and the public have the opportunity to review a range of options.
Now, I read in the report, and I've obviously attended one of the largest consultations that you held. I didn't get to all of them. I heard some of them. So what was the average numbers that showed up to these consultations?
Well, we had about 190 in total, and we had about 9 sessions in total. So we're looking at about 20-25 per event. Obviously, some were a little lower, some were a little higher, and we do expect that the numbers will be definitely higher in the next round of consultation.
Okay, so I just wanted to put that out for context purposes. Timelines, remind me, and I'm sure it's here, on the second phase.
Well, it's actually phases 3 and 4 are the next steps. What we have immediately coming up this month is the interim report, which will be released later this month, and that'll be combined with a series of public open houses throughout the city. And then after that, we will be taking that information and feedback that we receive from the public and finalizing those preliminary options that we were presenting and bringing them back to you and to council to consider, and that we expect will happen in the early fall.
And the last question I have, and I think, and I don't want to paraphrase it, I can't accurately reflect it, but I remember it struck me, and it was a comment in regards to, at the presentation, in regards to Ward 12, I think, or not 12, the Robert Sudas area, the big vast area, a low population. And it was almost being suggested by the presenter, wouldn't it make sense to combine that in one area? So I'm trying to remember. I remember it struck me odd that there was already almost a position being presented when that really should be coming from the community. So I guess the question I'm going to ask our consultants is, how many, you said that it's 15 years. You do this a lot?
Do we undertake a lot of reviews? Yeah, currently we're engaged in another 3 studies, and we've done over a dozen other studies over the last 5 to 10 years. And typically, certainly 15 years is a fairly long time to go without a review. Now, of course, it depends on many local circumstances on what's an appropriate timeline between reviews. It can depend on the rate of change and growth in a municipality, other local circumstances. Some municipalities may do it less frequently, some more frequently. So again, there's no standard rule of thumb other than certainly 15 years is an appropriate time frame for a review.
So there's 500 communities in Ontario. I'm trying to understand, so what is the average in all these communities? When, I'm just trying to get a context of how many wards boundary reviews have taken place in the last 10 years, and what is the average gap between reviews that it currently has taken place in the province of Ontario?
Very hard to say exactly how many reviews have happened. I would guess there's probably, if you're talking 15 years, 35 to 40 maybe. The problem is many reviews are done locally and are satisfactorily resolved and become basically a local decision. A few of them are appealed to the municipal board. We know that that number is probably 10 or 11 in the last 2 cycles. There is no average. You're comparing peanuts to watermelons. There's no standard variable, no standard period of time between reviews. As Eric has suggested, it depends on the circumstances. How fast you're growing, how you were created, where the growth occurs, things of that sort would drive the need to review representation.
Do we have any ideas how many reviews have taken place that the status quo remained?
If the status quo was retained and no one objected to it, no, we have no idea. It would be a strictly local decision. That's not terribly newsworthy, so you don't really hear much about those kinds of cases.
Appreciate it. Those are my questions.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thank you very much. Question to the presenter. You said you're going into phase 2, which you're going to come up with proposals, and you're going to do that sometime in June. So that's the next 3 weeks, next 3 to 4 weeks. That
correct?
Are we not going to get a chance to see what you're going to take to the public?
That's an excellent question. We will ensure that members of council will have access to the same public documents that will be released to the public at the same time.
Okay, I was hoping we had that today so that we could ask questions. As you can expect, this will probably be controversial what you come up with. And we need to be able to have conversations with you about what you're proposing, get out to the public, because I don't want to, and I can't pretend to know what you're going to say, but we don't want to unnecessarily harm the public.
Well, again, they are preliminary options, and the intent is to go to the public and to consult the public on what direction they would like to take, including the option of keeping the status quo. And there's certainly the same information, the interim report will be released to members of council at the same time as to the public, and so you will be privy to the same information as the public at large.
Tony? Mr. Tony Val.
That's okay. Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, we had many discussions over this, and from the very beginning, and certainly want to keep this as transparent as possible. We want to put everybody on an equal playing field. And so it was decided that rather than maybe raise the air of the public by saying, oh, the councillors all got it first and they've had 2 weeks to look at this and come up with their ideas, that we want everybody on the same platform and same level. And so that was the reason for it being distributed at exactly the same time, that there wouldn't be any favoritism, or that the thought process being with some of the public that the councillors might have more input or more connection to the group that's doing this study versus the thoughts and patterns of whatever that may be from the electors and public themselves.
The terms of reference, Councillor, if it helps you, the consultants are operating independently from council and from city staff.
No, I get that, but they have our phone numbers to the public. Our email addresses. Two observations through to you on the one I attended at Ancaster. First of all, it was well advertised. Ancaster News covered it. The Spectator and the Ancaster News ran ads about it. I put it in my column in Ancaster News trying to get the public. We had 2 people from Ancaster show up. There was others there, but they were from other wards. But clearly, that sent a very clear signal to me that they're content with the current WARN boundaries. And also, Dr. Waynes, if I can give you some advice when you're going to the public, you made a comment at that meeting when I almost fell off my chair, is that the city's been around for 15 years. We got to stop using the old community names. And I suggest to you that, to ask the people from Ancaster, Dundas, Waterdown, Stony Creek, Bimbrook, to ever suggest that they can no longer say they live in Ancaster will be a nuclear explosion. Don't go down that road. I mean, we're still using Streetsville, the old municipal names, out of that. And I recognize, Dr. Williams, you live in Kitchener-Waterloo area, so you're not as connected to Hamilton as we are. But don't do that, because the people who live in Stony Creek are proud of Stony Creek. The people in Dundas are proud of Dundas. And people in Ancaster are proud of Ancaster. That's why they moved there. Yes, we should be getting rid of those names. Is something that I won't support here. Just in closing, my reaction when I only see 2 people from Ancaster there, I'm not going to use names, but one goes to everything, and the other has political aspirations, means with the status quo. That's how I interpreted that attendance. I know there was different attendance in different wards. I've talked to some of my council colleagues, and some had fairly large. In Ancaster, we had 2.
So you gave some advice to the doctor, and he looks like he wants to respond to that advice. You okay with that?
If I may, 2 or 3 comments. And with respect, Councillor Ferguson, I did not say that the name should disappear. I in fact, emphasized the fact that even if we change the ward boundaries, the communities will still be there. They will matter. What we're doing is drawing different lines to elect members of council, but we're not changing Dundas into something else. We wouldn't change Ancaster into something else. We're simply drawing lines to elect members of council that may be different than the lines that are there now. And we're not changing those other things. So if you heard me say that, with respect, that was not my intention. Second point is that, yes, there was low turnout at some meetings, and efforts were made to communicate that. But other than the 15 of you or 16 of you around this particular table, for a lot of people, this is inside baseball stuff. It's not something they get terribly excited about at that phase. There is a process of learning, there is a process of engagement that we are working through, and that's why there's 2 rounds of consultation to help build up that interest. And as Eric said, we fully expect that the meetings this month, we may be lucky, we may be standing room only, I'm not sure. But the fact that there was low turnout, I don't think is an automatic equation to the fact that everybody's happy. That's my opinion on how to read that.
Yeah, just one sort of follow-up comment to that, and that has to do with, yes, the initial phase of consultation may not have drawn that level of interest, but I do believe that in the next round here later in the month, where we actually will be presenting maps with lines on those maps depicting, preliminary options, I suspect there will be considerably more interest. And I certainly invite everyone in the public to come out and voice their opinions, either in support of the existing ward system that's in place in the city, or to express their opinion that they would like to see change and what change they would like to see. So certainly we invite everyone to come out, both those that are for the system that's in place now and those that are looking for change. And certainly at the sessions that we had in the first round, and we've indicated this in the progress report, that resoundingly we heard that people want change, that they see significant weaknesses with the existing system that's in place, and they would like to see change. Now, what that change is, it can be relatively minor to something more significant. And again, we will find out in more detail the feelings of the public once we present the preliminary options in the next round, the public consultation later this month.
10 years, and I'm city councilor for 10 years. It's been my clear experience that when people are angry, they show up. When they're happy, they don't. And we see that also in the planning meetings. Generally, when there's a rezoning coming, the people that show up are those that aren't happy with the application. Those that are generally stay away. And so that's why I made the comments that I did, that I interpreted that to mean they like status quo from my 20 years of experience. And also, I appreciate, Dr. Williams, that you're going to be, I tend to say that, I can't make this stuff up. I know what I heard. I know I just about fell on the floor. And I promised you at the start of the meeting I wouldn't try to get engaged in the meeting. But if you just be very careful about that when you're on your second round, I'd be appreciated.
I'll be as diplomatic as I can. Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Skelly.
Thank you. I represent Ward 7, which is the largest in terms of population in the city. And if you want to compare it to, for example, 14, which is the smallest, the population of Ward 7 is 62,400, and the population of Ward 14 is 16,600. So it's quite significant. What are the advantages? First of all, is there an average size of a ward in city councils, in cities, municipalities?
Do you mean geographically or by population?
By population. Is there any sort of an average size that you've been able to determine for cities our size?
The average for cities of this size are the population divided by the number of wards. There's no comparison. You can't say that Hamilton's wards are one size and therefore this should be the same size in Burlington or Oakville or Mississauga. Each one is separate and distinct. So it's a formula that's based on the population and the kind of council, the size of council you want. So comparisons from Hamilton to other places really are not terribly helpful.
Through the chair, can you share with us the advantages and disadvantages of having such a discrepancy in the size of the population of wards within one municipality?
I'm not quite sure how I could answer that directly. I don't think about it as advantages and disadvantages necessarily. The reality is there is a wide difference. There is a sense that that difference should be reduced in some way, shape, or form, but there is no standard notion of what we would want to see happen. We work in, and you will see is in the interim report, we work with a measure, a kind of rule of thumb that we refer to as an optimal size, and we're interested in how much variation there is between that optimal size in a particular ward. But it's not driven by advantages or disadvantages. It's drawn by by what the geography looks like, what the distribution of population is, things of that sort that would have a bearing on whether we end up with a ward of a certain population as opposed to another number. I'm sorry, I can't really frame it around advantages and disadvantages. That's part of what your evaluation would have to be around the status quo and around various alternatives that we propose. Is that variation acceptable or not?
Through the chair, would it not be fair to say that there are clear concerns about such a discrepancy in the population of different wards? I'm thinking just in staffing. I'm not saying it isn't equitable in Hamilton, but there would have to be clear concerns about having such discrepancy in the sizes of wards. For example, staffing, representation by population, and do people feel underrepresented? If they have one member on council representing 62 and a colleague has one representative on council representing 16. I mean, to me, there have to be some clear disadvantages to having such a huge discrepancy in the population of the different wards.
Those are the kinds of things that were revealed in the consultations that we held. There were some people who were very unhappy with that variation. Others were less so. I think it's fair to say that there is an awareness of that difference and a belief that it does have an impact, but how far you need to go to change it is part of the reason why we will offer various alternatives. A scenario that is based solely on population would look quite different from one that might attempt to respond to, let's say, a ward like 14, where the population is more dispersed and thin. It's a matter of weighing these off. The principles that are there are not they're not in hierarchical order. They are at play in the designs that come forward, and we will ask the community how well they work and which ones they think best serve the interests of the larger city and of their own community. What that sense will be, I can't say until we've taken them out to the community and looked for that feedback.
Thank you. Through the chair, have you been able to determine a formula, if you will, or a standard in terms of the size of a city, its own entire population, and the size of a council? Is there a more effective number that you've been able to determine? Is it a smaller council, a larger council? Is there an average that you can share with us that where we've seen a more effective council?
Once again, this is a question that really has no definitive answer. There's a philosophical view, if you will, that smaller units are better than others, but there's nothing required. There's a minimum size, but no maximum. So how large your council should be is really a determination around that horseshoe. Are 15 councillors enough? Are they too many? We would not come back and say it's clear black and white, it must be this size or that size. We know that cities, a city like Toronto, of course, with 44 councillors, I think that's almost universally agreed that that's too big. But how large it should be, I'm not sure. Again, size does matter. Usually larger cities do have larger councils, but your neighbors just around the bay in Burlington have 6. They're, just under 200,000. They've made a decision to operate with a smaller council. It's not up to me to say that works well or doesn't. Some of you would know that better than I would. It's not something that we can put down in definitive terms as a goal.
Sorry, those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, good. I have myself on the list, and we're going to go to second time, Councillor Green, unless someone else wants to go first time. Pass the chair to you, Councillor Whitehead, if you don't mind. Just on the attendance, it was briefly touched upon. Are you keeping names, numbers, and are you seeing ward boundary groupies? I'm hearing that some are going to various reach out sessions? Are you seeing the same faces in different places? And if so, how much of that are you seeing?
I don't think that we saw a lot of repeat attendees. I think generally the people who came out were from the local area where the venue was held. And certainly we've done our best to reach out to all geographic areas of the city, and we'll do so in the next round of consultation as well.
And it sounds like you're more confident that the next phase, which is...
Yes.
A greater turnout. What are the indicators that give you that confidence?
Past experience. It's picking up on Councillor Ferguson's perspectives. When people see a map, it's much easier to relate to, and people will say, oh, I'm now, under this suggestion I'm grouped with these people, under that suggestions I'm grouped with these other people, certain advantages will come from one another. Those, I think, are historically, in our experiences, tend to be easier for people to understand and are a much more tangible sense that the process is moving along.
I'll take the chair back, and for a second time, Councillor Green.
Thank you. And just to be clear on process, as I'm to understand, this was process begun some time ago by citizens. An agreement was made perhaps to hold off and allow things to unfold in this term of council. So we now have consultants, Mr. Deputy Mayor, who've gone out to the community, and I do appreciate terms of reference to keep it on a level resident-led process rather than having us just continue to gerrymander, which is our history here. So given that these recommendations come back to council for our approval or not, if we choose not to approve the recommendations, what recourses do residents have to challenge this process and or the outcomes?
The Municipal Act does indicate that citizens have a right to petition council to take action on representation questions. It also says that if council fails to act on that petition, that those same individuals can take the matter to the municipal board. If no one wishes to do that and you choose to leave things alone, that's the end of it. But any further appeal would depend upon initiatives taken by citizens of the city.
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, then maybe to legal, does this process satisfy council's participation in the petitioning of the ward boundary review, or could a citizen still, despite the outcomes, despite our effort, the consultations, the consultants, could they still, no matter what, have the privilege or the opportunity, the remedy to go to the OMB?
So through the Deputy Mayor, following this process, if council does not adopt any change to the ward boundary, then there's not an ability of a single individual to appeal that decision, as far as I am aware, but rather it would be necessary for a petition to move that. In other words, it would be necessary for a large number of citizens to put forward a petition in order to be able to take a step. However, if at the end of this process council does adopt a different configuration or some change, that is appealable to the OMB as of right.
Okay. And as I'm to understand, the preliminary number is about 500, I think, was the petition number threshold last time to make it relevant at the OMB?
Correct, Mr. Deputy Mayor. The Municipal Act says that I think it's about 1 or 2%, but 500 maximum from citizens.
Okay. And I just put that on the table, Mr. Deputy Mayor, just so that the residents who are watching, the people who are still interested in electoral reform and fixing our democratic deficit might be able to take this. Should we do nothing? It's always an option for council to do nothing and to keep everything remaining the same. But I do understand and fully appreciate the direction Councillor Skelly was going in, where people they look at the numbers and they say, geez, 1,000 in one ward and almost 60 in another, and it feels a lot like it's 3-to-1 for some people living in one neighborhood versus another. So that's still a challenge for folks, and I can imagine regardless of where we go as a council, there's always going to be people who are unhappy. Where they decide to take it in whatever direction they decide to take it after is their prerogative. So appreciate the report today, and I'm glad that we were able to put it on the table and have the conversation rather than just receive it and have it go into the ether. Thank you.
Second time, Councillor Whitehead.
Context purpose, I want to make it clear that it wasn't a petition that was driven by the highest populated ward or the lowest populated ward. The petition was primarily driven by the lower city residents, primarily driven by lower city residents. We had the petition. You could clearly see the addresses. And so I just want to provide that in a way of context. So people that have the best or a good representation balance currently are the ones that asked for this review.
I really hope that, we can maintain this focus of yours, which is quite broad, Eric, and I look forward to hearing back from you in a little short while on what you say is, quote, a varied range of options, end quote, and that'll be coming to us soon. And effective representation, of course, is about so much more, quite obviously, than just population, and I'm glad we're obviously keeping that in mind. Thank you very much, Eric. Thank you, Dr. Williams, Tony, and Rose. Great work so far. Hopefully we get so many more people out in the next phase of consultation. Your presentation will now be received by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? Any opposed? It's carried. And that'll do it for discussion items. On to a... Oh, sorry. Thank you. 8.6. On to 8.6. I've lost my way, Stephanie. I have 8.6 in my... or I do, and I just can't find it. Oh, I have the binder, but I don't have the... It's not. Okay, 8.6 is a recommendation that the mayor and the city clerk be authorized and directed to execute a community policing partnership program agreement respecting additional funding for frontline officers between, the province and the city and Hamilton Police Services Board in a form satisfactory to the city solicitor. Moved by Councillor Whitehead, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. 8.7 is the funding agreement, Safer Communities 1,000 Officers Partnership Program, recommended by Councillor Ferguson, seconded by Councillor Whitehead. On the motion, Councillor Jackson, then Councillor Green.
Thanks, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'm supportive of 8.6 and 8.7. I just remember during my time on the police board, I think these type of programs, partial funding from the province was, then the ministry was forthcoming. But if I recall, it was for a set period of time. And if the funding ran out, then there wasn't necessarily an automatic expectation that the additional officers or programs would continue without at least some further discussion. Can somebody just help me understand if that's still possibly the case? I didn't mean to catch anyone off guard, but if memory serves me right, that's the way these programs used to operate in the past, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And if nobody has that answer today, if the chair and or the new chief could get me that answer in the future, that'd be fine. Thanks,
Chair
Mr. Deputy Mayor.
of the Hamilton Police Services Board, Ferguson.
I'll try to answer as best as I can. I didn't know this was on today, so I didn't mentally prepare myself. But so I'm caught a little off guard. But this did come to the board at last Thursday's meeting. This is getting significant funding from the province on the additional officers. I think, Councillor Jackson, what you may be thinking through, Mr. Chairman, this program was initially put in place. It could phase out, but it hasn't. There's still significant funding coming from the province, but they don't increase it by inflation every year. That's captured by the police service, so it stays flat. But that's certainly a lot better than nothing. And it's important that we execute this so we can get these dollars.
Councillor Green.
So how long has the program gone on? One more time? I'm hearing now that the police service board covers inflation, so the general levy covers inflation. What has been the liability on the inflation since the time this program began?
Anybody have that? Sigaric?
For you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, I wouldn't have that information. We'd have to reach out to Hamilton Police Services to obtain that information.
We don't know what the liability is to this program?
Councillor Pearson,
and we're, like, there's 1,000.
You want to hear from the chair of the police services board?
The question is through you to the finance guy. What's the liability on this program?
So through you, Mr. Deputy Mayor, as Councillor Ferguson identified, the commitment is 50-50, so 50% funded through this program, 50% through contribution, and as Councillor Ferguson identified, is that 50% is set at a dollar rate, and then each and every year, as a result of collective agreements, when those salaries increase, that burn is absorbed by the local municipality. So again, that 50% doesn't continue in perpetuity. That 50% provincial contribution effectively declines over time because of inflation.
And how long has this program been going on, just again? So we're 10 years into this program? So 10 years of compounded interest. We're talking a lot about being cost conscious around the table here. I'd like to see at least a report come back that talks about cost consciousness, and now that it's one of our pillars, our cultural pillars. So I'd like at the appropriate time to have this referred to back to GIC with the police service board coming back to report on the full costs, or have our staff report on the full cost to date as to the liability this is. Started off 50-50, sounds a lot like it's 60-40, maybe it's 70-30 now, I don't know. I don't have that information in front of me. In order for me to be in line with our corporate pillars to be cost conscious, I want to make sure that we have a chance to do that. So at the appropriate time, I'll move the cost consciousness motion for us to do that.
I have no further speakers, so now would be the appropriate time. Seconded by Councillor Johnson. Clerk Stephanie Paparella.
Mr. Deputy Mayor, just to confirm, you'd like to or approve this report and have staff come back?
I can't approve a report. I don't understand the
No,
details.
I'm just clarifying.
I need to table it until
staff
further
comes
information report back from the Hamilton Police Service Board or our financial department as to the liabilities. The 10-year compounded annualized.
You're looking for the math on the last 10 years.
I want to know what we're approving. We got to be cost conscious around the table. We just had that conversation.
Yeah, you probably get that by council, but through you, you still have the floor, Councillor Green.
Tabling motion until we get the numbers back.
Okay.
So whereas we have now adopted corporate pillars to include cost consciousness, therefore be it resolved that this report, just this item of this report, correct, be tabled until our staff can come back with a full outline of the liabilities year to date.
On the motion, Ferguson.
Yeah, I'm reading through the report once again. I didn't know this was on today.
Same here.
But I've got my head around it, and but clearly it's been in place since 2005. It involves 38 officers, and that it covers 50% of their salaries, or about $35,000 per year. What's worrying me by delaying it is whether we missed the opportunity to get that 50% funding because we haven't executed the document. I don't see the time deadline there. I see it expires on April. Through you.
Deputy Mayor, I have emails from Lois Morin, who sent this in. I'm going to just check it and see if she mentions the time.
Sure. We just got to make sure we don't lose the opportunity. This is a significant amount.
Does it sound like something that, still needs to be ratified by Wednesday? To me, it appears to be basic 10-year math on the 35 officers. So can we not get that by Wednesday?
But the motion is to refer.
Oh, I didn't hear that GIC part. Is future council or GIC okay with you?
No, I don't think it's appropriate that this goes to council. And if I could comment further to say that this is part of the problem that I'm having with the transparency of reporting. This just comes to us at GIC. Even the board member who's would have petitioned, he didn't know it was coming here. So that suggests we need more time to take this back and be cost conscious and take a better look at what the total, he said it was a significant amount.
Sorry, I missed the GIC part of the motion. That's my fault. Stephanie, did you have, and Councillor Ferguson still has the floor.
I do.
Okay, we can wait.
provide it to them, but we need to.
You're just checking on whether it is time
You
sensitive.
want to be non-cost conscious, you'll walk away from $350,000. It's 38 officers at $35,000 is a heck of a lot more than maybe put at risk if we don't fashion. That's not cost.
That may be, keyword may, we'll see. We're finding out now. We're going to.
I know that Lois is off today. I'd walk out and give her a call.
Okay, well, you do that. Councillor Pearson looks like she has a few, you do not have a few questions? No, I do. Okay, well, can we go to Councillor Pearson while Stephanie looks up and you go make a call?
I will. She's got a day's vacation, but I'll try herself, see if I can get her there.
Okay, you do that. And Councillor Pearson, we'll give you the floor now with your questions. On the motion before us. Oh, sorry, Stephanie?
Sorry, I do have a response from Lois. Acting Chief Gert was supposed to be here to answer questions today, but they are due back to the ministry by June 17th, 2016, which would mean that if they're not approved today, they would miss.
Okay, Councillor Ferguson, you still have the floor. You didn't leave the room, and it was your question, so.
I think it's probably appropriate then that we approve this today. And if something pops up in that report that Councillor Green is looking for, we can send that back to the Police Services Board and appeal to the province if there's something that's out of line.
Still debating the motion on the floor, which is a tabling motion. And Councillor Pearson?
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. And I guess my concern is I just wanted to be sure, and with the report coming back, I think we need clarification. This is the 38 officers that were hired initially back in 2005. Is this not, am I in reading this correctly? This is just the agreement that keeps those officers in. We're not getting new ones. This is just the agreement of funding for those 38 officers that we start the process with in 2005. I just threw you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. That's my understanding. So if we say no, they're gone.
Is there anybody that can step in for Chief Gert here on staff that's knowledgeable on this 3-page report? Anybody? Sure, and then we can hold off on the tabling motion. So we have the answer to the question that comes from your motion. Councillor Pearson's asked a good question, and it's, I think, relevant to.
I feel like we're skirting procedural bylaws now by having people walk out and delay votes and all that type of thing.
Well,
I'll just put that, I'm happy to do it.
It's just to get accurate information.
But Mr. Deputy Mayor, let's be very clear.
None of us are aware here, Councillor Green, of the details of what's before us.
That's the problem.
I understand. Bring some compromise. That's all.
I'm trying to just follow procedures in terms of having the conversation. And at the end of the day, Mr. Deputy Mayor, we've heard how important this is. It's so important that the chief isn't here to report on it. And again, this is a governance issue that keeps coming up where we don't have the proper information to make the proper decisions. Respecting that this is an ongoing program, that's fair. There's new councillors around the table that deserve the same respect, to have the same information, particularly after we have that whole hour-and-a-half long conversation about cost consciousness. And yet here we are. So that's the challenge. Now, it's not just for me, Mr. Deputy Mayor, to have this information in the media. We're having very topical conversations around governance and police budgets right now, but no oversight, no reporting mechanisms, and nothing. So all I'll ask, I'm happy if at the time being, given the series, get it, what's today, the 1st, with no time to have the conversation at all yet again, I'm happy to have it referred to council, right? But when that information comes out, I want it also released to the general public because they deserve to know what the liability is.
Okay, so can we amend the motion to refer to council?
Through Mr. Deputy, or it's just a suggestion, it may work. You could table it pending additional information. If that information becomes available prior to council, we can do a motion to lift that item from the information section, add it as an item to the GIC.
I'll even be more amicable. I will remove it requesting that it just go straight to council.
Sorry, Clerk Stephanie, do you have a... It's here at this standing committee.
Just refer it to council. Not really correct, so if you're concerned about to do it, the way to do it would be if you choose, if you don't get the information from Councillor Farr, or sorry, from Councillor Ferguson, sorry, I'm looking at you. within the next couple of minutes, then you have the option to approve or defeat the tabling motion, or you can table it and forward before council. You can lift it from the information section, add it as an item, and consider the item at that time.
Councillor Green, you still have the floor.
So the challenge that I'm faced with right now, Mr. Deputy Mayor, is this program, reoccurring program, real impacts on both the levy and the police service board. I don't want to be responsible for pulling the plug on funding of this many officers, but I will say it's irresponsible how this process is carried out. Given that we have nobody from the police service here, it's not. I don't think it's appropriate to have delaying, like having people phone calls and so on and so forth. But at this point in time, I'll withdraw the motion and just oppose this particular recommendation on the principle of how this all transpired, given our conversation around cost consciousness. And I hope that we have the same focus and the same understanding that we had this morning when we talk about surpluses and other things coming out of the police budget. Thank you.
So the motion has been withdrawn, and that to move the recommendation, Councillor Pearson, seconded by Councillor Ferguson. I'll pass the chair to you, Councillor Skelly, and I will support this. The councillor from Ward 3 has made some very good points. I think all of us, clearly staff and everyone around this table, including the clerk, are a bit caught off guard by 8-7 here today. It wasn't in my rundown, so I introduced the fact that we're all caught off guard, and that's primarily the theme of the last 10-minute conversation amongst us. So I'm glad we kept it civil, but I just want to say for the record, I will note that if we can't get the answers that we were seeking here by council, I'll change my vote. So I'll take the chair back. Confident we're going to get those answers. So all in favor? Any opposed? I mean, Councillor Green is opposed. Notices of motion. Councillor Green.
The notice is before you. I'm not one to rub anybody's nose in it, so you have it before you can read it at your own leisure. I'm not asking to waive the rules. We'll just have it stay as a notice of motion.
Thank you. On to motions. Councillor Marula. I'm sorry. What were you going to do with your 2004 311?
That's going to be dealt with at council. We're going to allow, right, no, we're notice, but the clerk's going to, and then the clerk's going to develop the drafting of it based on the 2004 motion, coupled with the advancement of the social media. And the more that I hear Councillor Collins say move on, highlight the fact, now I'm seeing Chad's ears turn red.
Councillor Collins. Yeah. General information and other business. May I please have a motion to approve the amendments to the outstanding business list as shown in item 11.1, moved by Councillor Collins and seconded by Councillor Skelly. All in favor? Any opposed? Seeing none. On to private and confidential. May I please have a motion to move into closed session? This is respecting 12.1 City Clerk's Division Review, no copy, and 12.2 the Corporate Services Department Access and Equity Division Review, no copy. Pursuant to Section 8.1 subsection B of the City's Procedural Bylaw 14-300 and Section 239 sub 2 subsection B of the Ontario Municipal Act 2001 as amended, as the subject matters pertain to personal matters about an identifiable individual, including city employees, could I now ask that the public and any staff who are not required to be in this closed session meeting, please exit the chambers, taking all of your personal belongings with you. And members of the public, you will be invited to return to hear any further deliberations upon committee reconvening an open session, which will be indicated by the removal of the frosting on the windows and the elimination of the white noise in the hall. Moved by Councillor Aidan Johnson, seconded by Councillor Pearson. All in favor? That was the motion, to go in camera with two items which we do not have copies. just reminding people publicly that that's what happens when we go on camera. Yeah, we got it down as carried.